Okay, thank you, everybody. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Board of Trustees on June 10th, 2013 to order. Could we have the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. Trustee Clark?
Here.
Trustee Collum?
Here.
Trustee Davis-Ford?
Here.
Trustee Levinson?
Here.
Trustee Rosner?
Here.
Trustee Schnall?
Here.
And Village President Torpey.
Here.
Adequate notice of this meeting had been provided to the press in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. In addition, notice of this meeting has been posted in Village Hall, on our village website, and has been filed in the office of the village clerk. Official action may be taken at tonight's meeting.
Thank you. We have one resolution to go into executive session.
Thank you. This is Resolution 2013-127, a resolution authorizing an executive session at tonight's meeting of the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. We have two items listed on the agenda and one more under collective bargaining matters, PBA, under personnel matters, salary ordinance, as well as under contract negotiations, temporary village office space. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Moved by Trustee Levison.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rosner. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Okay, we'll be back out here at 8 o'clock.
Get the seat higher. You have to roll it.
Turn it.
Which way?
Okay, thank you everybody for coming back here. I'd like to call the special meeting back to order. Could we have the roll again, please?
Thank you. Trustee Clark?
Here.
Trustee Column?
Here.
Trustee Davis Ford?
Here.
Trustee Levinson?
Present.
Trustee Rosner?
Here.
Trustee Schnall?
Here.
And Village President Torpy.
Here. Could everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? A moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing. Thank you. Okay, before we begin, just a couple announcements. A reminder about the Downtown After Sundown concert series. Every Friday, Saturday night, downtown Sloane Street and Spiota Park, live music at 7:30. Come on down. They're great concerts. We've had a couple really good ones so far. These are all put on by the South Orange Village Center Alliance. Also, downtown, opening day for the farmers market. We just did the ribbon cutting this past week. This is every Wednesday at 2 p.m. The South Orange Farmers Market down in the parking lot off of 1st Street and Sloane Street. The Village Center Alliance has got some ideas about some different activities to kind of supplement some of the great food that's down there. And I think everyone that was down there last time had a real kick. Kitchen a la mode was out and was juicing vegetables and all sorts of things. And so come down, check it out. There's some great stuff by some of our local businesses and some other local farms. Please join us on Saturday, June 22nd, 10 a.m. at the firehouse to dedicate the fire department's new ladder truck. It should be a nice ceremony. Join some village staff, officials, residents, volunteers to celebrate this great new addition to our fleet. Which again, I'll remind everybody, was brought to us with the help of a grant from FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Program. So a $735,000 ladder truck replacing a 25-year-old truck, only at a cost of $35,000 to the village. And one last announcement, I would like to thank and congratulate one of the trustees here, Trustee Stephen Schnall, won a Tony Award last night for a play that he co-produced called Pippin. So congratulations. And you managed to make it to the meeting tonight. That's pretty good. Tonight's probably not going to top last night, but congratulations. Thank you. We're lucky to have us with us tonight some folks from PSE&G who are going to talk a little bit about restoration and their Energy Strong program. We have Everton Affairs from Government Affairs, Everton Scott from Government Affairs. I don't know if you have another gentleman, but please feel free to come up to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the governing body. Thank you for having us here. I'm Everton Scott, like the president introduced, and I have Albert Nicole with me.
Just make sure you speak right into the mic.
The mic doesn't pick up well, so you can talk directly into it.
All right, good. So I have Albert Nicole with me. Albert is the engineering manager in our Metro division, which is Essex and Passaic counties, and of course that includes the village of South Orange. I'll start off this evening by talking a little bit about our Energy Strong program. And Albert, we'll talk a little bit more about specifics in South Orange reliability, kind of how South Orange is served. And we'll try to make it quick so that we can answer as many questions as possible as you have. So we all experienced Hurricane Sandy, and South Orange was hit particularly hard, and it was very difficult doing restoration in South Orange. There are a few towns which are configured, but like South Orange, with facilities in the backyard. There's South Orange, the big town in our area is Montclair. Of course, there's Glen Ridge and a little bit in East Orange also, but South Orange and Montclair are the two big ones. So PSE&G has maintained the highest standards of reliability for years. In fact, we were named America's most reliable utility for 5 of the last 8 years. And the extreme weather that we have seen in the past 2 years require that we do everything that we can to maintain that rating. Now, the impact of the outages from the recent storms resulted in incredible hardships to most municipalities and, our seniors, our businesses, our students who couldn't go to school and so on and so forth. So we got it, and we decided that we had to do something a little bit different, especially, again, thinking about our hospitals, our nursing homes, and even our transportation infrastructure, which serves the refineries, which are down on the port. So we've developed this plan, and the plan basically looks to raise the switching stations and the substations that were flooded in Irene, and then also flooded in Sandy. That's the first priority. When the system was being developed, and Al knows a little bit more about this than I do, for example, around the Essex County area, most of the critical infrastructure was placed along the waterfront. I'm told that was where the industry was, that was where the barges were, and they built them where the load, we call it, or the customer base was. Well, we've seen what happened in the last couple of years, as for example, our Essex switching station, which is down at the end of the Remus Avenue, was hit with about 8 feet of water. In fact, we had some volunteers from Essex County OEM that went down to rescue our people that were trapped in the switching station. They got trapped, and Newark, with its special facilities because of its special place in Homeland Security, had to send their crews to go down to rescue both our crews and the Essex County crews. So we think the time is now. There are some unique circumstances which makes it the right time to do this kind of big investment in our infrastructure. There are a few items, riders, you will, if you might want to call them, on the bills, which are going to be dropping off. These were the results of charges that were put on the bill in 1999 when we deregulated the electric industry. One is called TIFA, the Transitional Energy Facilities Adjustment Charge. And then there's something, for example, called a non-utility generator charge. It's a charge that's been on the bill since about the 1970s. That was when the government mandated that we purchase power from whoever would sell to us at contracted prices. When the market rates went lower, because those were contracted prices, we had to stick with the contracts, and we weren't allowed to lower the charges. So those charges are still on the bill, and those charges are going to be dropping off. We also considered the cost of borrowing right now. The cost of borrowing is pretty low, and so that gave us an opportunity. And in addition, also the cost of natural gas, which is a source fuel for electricity, is really, really low. And we project that the cost of natural gas will stay low for a few more years. And of course, then that will have an impact on electric prices. Finally, this job will create, this program we think will create about 5,800 jobs over the life of the program, which is a 10-year program. So with that, I'll just quickly go through the slides, and then we'll have Al say a few words about the reliability in South Orange, and then we'll take questions. Okay, so on February 20th, we filed with the New Jersey BPU. Again, it's a $3.9 billion filing over 10 years. And it's to make investments in our distribution system to make them more resilient to natural disasters. In the first 5 years or so, we plan to spend about $2.6 billion. And again, the majority of this, the major part of this money will be used to protect our switching stations and our substations. So if we think about the electric distribution system, what you have is that you have a generation station, which is where the power is manufactured. The next big unit in that system is a switching station. The switching station, I guess the best analogy I can use is, for example, the main breaker panel in your house. So the power comes from the road into your house, and then the breaker panel sends it to the different rooms in your house. A switching station does the same. So you may think of a switching station as being a facility that serves, say, 10 substations, each was serving 10,000 customers. So the switching station itself would serve about 100,000 people. All right, so the other portion of the investment we expect to spend over the following 5 years. That's a breakout a little in more detail in terms of how we plan to spend this money. 104 billion to replace and modernize 700 miles of low pressure cast iron gas main. You may have seen pictures if you've seen the full Hurricane Sandy presentation that we do. For example, over in Hoboken and also in Newark, when the gas mains. So there's a pressure differential between the water and the main and the gas in the main. And with the current infrastructure, with a high pressure gas main, you have water going into the gas main, and basically that then shuts the main. Not only causes problems in the main, but also causes problems in people's houses with their appliances. And you may know that by code, once the appliances get water soaked and waterlogged, they have to be tossed out. They can no more. In the past, you used to be able to dry them out.
Make sure you're in front of them.
Yeah, in the past, you used to be able to dry out the appliances and then reuse them. That's changed. You can no longer do that once they become in contact with water. Not literally, but to a certain extent, then they have to be thrown out. Okay, we're going to be doing some smart grid technologies. That's a big deal. And what this is not smart meters. Let's be clear. Right now, out, and again, Al is the expert in this. At the substation, if there's a problem, or on the transmission system, if there's a problem, he sees a target and he knows that there's a problem. On the distribution lines, there's no such intelligence at this point in time, and that's why we say that if you're out of power at home, if you don't call us, we don't know. That's a fact. I mean, we can talk about whether or not there should be technology, there is technology, but that is the current situation, and that's what we're trying to change. We're trying to move this intelligence further out on the line so that we'll know with a little bit more certainty and a little bit more knowledge as to where customers are at. $215 million to improve pole distribution systems. This is I was down in Florida a few weeks ago, and actually my wife said to me, you got to keep your eyes on the road, because I was driving, and it was amazing that the distribution lines were almost 50 feet back from the road, and it was all clear cut. We were driving between Orlando and Kissimmee, and there was not one tree beneath a distribution line, none. And it dawned on me that, they've seen so many storms over so many years that they made the decision that the area should be clear cut, because trees and power lines don't mix. We'll create redundancy in the system, and that redundancy will allow us to switch and to pick up customers from different switching stations, different substations, and so on and so forth when we go down during an event. In fact, right now we're trying to get a switching station built in the West Ward in Newark to back up Newark Switch, which is the only switching station serving the Central and West Wards right now. And if that goes down, the customers have to wait until we get there to repair it, and that's not going too well, but okay. And then $60 million to run about 20 miles of overhead distribution lines on the ground. That's going to be strategic. We're going to be looking for areas where we get the biggest bang for our buck. We're not going to just come out and bury everything. We're going to be, because in most instances, the lines go overhead before they go on the ground. So Al and his team are looking at where in our area it makes sense to do that, and then we'll decide how to proceed. And of course, there's another $140 million to protect the natural gas metering stations. These are the big stations that transmit gas into our area. I spoke about this before. The time is right. We have the deregulation charges, which are coming off between 2014 and 2016, and that will cover the cost. Now, here's where we've gotten some pushback from some of the groups that says, well, why don't you give this money back to the customers? And the question that we have asked is, so what is the value proposition to the municipalities and the seniors and the businesses? We think that the calculations have shown that bills would have been maybe somewhere around $12 lower in 2018 if we didn't do this work. And when I asked the average person, they said, I'd rather you take this money and invest it into the system and make the system more resilient. Okay. And of course, customers will pay back over the life of the assets about 40 to 60 years, and making their annual costs lower. And if approved, this would create, based on our calculations, 5,800 jobs, and of course help the New Jersey economy. I won't go too much into these slides, but that shows, by the way, in that first bucket with those jobs, we had filed in February. We expected speedy recovery. That's not been the case. The BPU came back to us with about 56 or so questions. We have developed answers and we have sent them to the BPU. The BPU is reviewing our answers, and basically we're pretty sure that they'll come back to us with some more. But like I said, at the end of the project, or the program, we expect that we would have created about 5,800 jobs. So what are we doing at PSCNG? We're continuing to provide additional input to the BPU. We're trying to build and maintain support for Energy Strong, and we're preparing for BPU hearings. And of course, we're meeting with both supporters and opponents to continue to shape the proposal. Currently, we have about 42 municipalities and 3 counties on board that have adopted resolutions supporting the program. We don't know yet for specific municipalities or specific counties what we're going to be doing, because that will depend to a large extent on eventually what the BPU approves. So we have a list of priorities, which again includes the switching stations and the substations. That's our ultimate utmost top priority, and then whatever else we do will depend on how much money we get approved at the BPU. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys for being here and presenting this information. I know we're going to have a couple questions. I can start things off. I know one of my questions about the timeliness of how we got information sounds like it's going to be resolved after speaking with Rick Thigpen. I do have confidence in the assurances that I think he's given us, so we can spend a little bit of time talking about some of the substantial issues here. So I know, Mr. Scott, last time we spoke about this, there wasn't a lot of information kind of about the local benefits of the programs, and you just repeated that, so I just want to make sure that's clear, that there's been no, there's no kind of down to the municipal level or to the circuit level, which I know sometimes cross municipal borders, where the work would be done.
Well, I mean, we know for sure that with the work that we're doing, I mean, it will impact all our customers. For example, during Sandy, we had 92% of our customers out of power. So we know, for example, that if we get this done, that will significantly reduce not only the number of customers out of power, but the duration that those customers stay out. If you don't get the backbone of the system up, you can't get the end tail of the system up. And so if nothing else, and that would free up more resources to attack the situation in the village where we have significant and tedious, painstaking work, manual work to be done. Because again, one of the problems the problem we face with South Orange is that we cannot use the bucket truck has been one of the biggest revolutions in the electric industry over the last 50 years, and that cannot be used in South Orange because all the infrastructure is in the backyard. So if nothing else, it will kind of skew the resources more to having more manpower dedicated to South Orange. So there will be tangential benefits, yes.
Sure. How you doing? I'm Albert Nicole from PSCNG. Very nice to see all of you. I've been taking care of your electric distribution system for more than 22 years. So I'm very familiar with the village of South Orange. I'm very familiar with how we fix the infrastructure in your town. I'm very familiar with how you're fed. You're fed mainly with 2 main distribution type systems. One is a 4 kV network, very reliable, feeds your downtown area, all your main streets, this building included. Then you have what we call as 4 kV, the backyard services, where most of the infrastructure, the main feeders that come into your town, come in underground and then go right into the backyards. So you won't even see the wires. So even when we do damage assessments in South Orange, we get very close and personal to all of you. Because when your power goes out, we're going through your backyards at night with flashlights. We're looking for the problems in the backyards. That's why if you do know of a problem, especially in this neighborhood, if you could let us know, it's a huge help when we know where the problems are. So when you're focusing on South Orange, it's all about the rear yard construction. So what would we do? It's not the very beginning things in Energy Strong. Those are raising substations and switching stations that affect 100,000 customers. However, in South Orange, there's a big benefit if we could raise the construction level of the backyards. The single best thing that you could do for South Orange is tree trimming. But you yourselves know you're not going to want tree trimming in your backyards. So we got to try and do it block by block, see what works here, what works there. You can't really put the infrastructure underground.
Just a little bit closer to the mic.
Can I, right there, just ask you a question regarding tree trimming?
Sure.
That's a no-brainer, and I think part of our problem and the challenge, and we know trees are, and the wires are not, the combination causes a problem. There should be a schedule of pruning because only PSE&G can trim trees over wires, and it doesn't appear to be happening on a regular basis. And I think that is one of our main concerns. So the solution to that is very simple, to implement and follow a standard pruning process of cutting the wires back
This is
or the
music to my
overhang.
ears.
Well,
I love this.
You know, I'd like to make a comment to that as well. I've had an email dialogue with Everton about tree trimming, and I've asked specifically about your forestry program. I cannot get an answer specifically what your plan is for South Orange. All I get is that we're going to do something by the end of the year. I was very specific in asking the question, what is your plan and how are you going into the backyards?
Okay, so I spoke with Bob Haglund and Jay Kaplan about
Right.
that. We've had discussions back and forth. South Orange is on a 4-year cycle. The BPU mandates that we inspect and or trim our circuits, our main lines, every 4 years. South Orange was last trimmed in 10. It's on the schedule to be trimmed in 14. The contract was just went out for bid. I don't know who yet, which company won the bid. As soon as the bid comes back in, Mr. Levinson, the schedule will be developed and you will get a copy.
Well, that's not the response I got.
That's the official response that you have.
All right,
as
but
of
so
I
that's,
think what would
that's
be-
moving forward, though, that's great news, and thank you for sharing that with us. So, through you, Mr. President, I'd like to ask if it's possible that once this is finalized, is there a report that will go out to let us know block by block when they're scheduled, and would there be a log kept so that we can track that indeed this schedule is implemented and we can verify it?
I'd like to go one step back from that actually, which is that the plan shouldn't be finalized without our input. Because we know at the ground, you know, our local resources, our residents, our public works employees, our police and fire, we know where a lot of the problem areas are. So one of the questions that I had for you guys tonight on a couple different topics, this being one, is how are you going to determine where to do the trimming? You know, are you looking at kind of what we're doing, the worst 10%, the worst 20%? Is there a metric that you're using? How do you get input? So from your process, is there a team that's going out and evaluating? Is it based on outage complaints or is it based on input from us? And if it is based on input from us, and we have an opportunity to help get you guys to the right places, how we need to make sure that A, we know what format you want that information in, and B, when we need to get that to you to make sure it goes through all the right channels.
I think there are also issues around the trees themselves and whose responsibility it is to trim which trees. You
Sure,
guys
there's a lot
know
of questions to
they're
him,
your
but all at
poles.
once. If you did them one at a time, it's easier for me to
All right, sir.
remember. So usually what we do is the circuits that we choose are the ones that had the most problems. And we look for the ones with the most problems that affect the most customers. That directs us to remediation. And we still do the 4-year program for all the circuits. But the key is that we do it for the main line. We don't go right into the backyards and start cutting down trees. That would require us to work together and require a lot of cooperation from the customers. I would never, ever tell you not to tell me where the problems are. I would love to have them. So I'm not the tree guy, but I work right along with him. He'd be happy to find out where the problems are.
So can we just make sure to mark as a follow-up from this meeting, just one of what's probably going to be many, of making sure that the folks from Forestry Department or whichever department will get in contact with me.
Sure.
And tell us what information they need from us,
sure,
and
yes.
by when they need it. And I would also offer our support as a facilitator. We can help you have that relationship with the customers, because I think most of the residents in this town understand that we need to do more with tree trimming, and that some of that responsibility is PSE&G's, some of it is the municipalities when they're public trees, and some of it is their private trees. And the more that we can work together to try and figure out what the most that we can do, I think people are willing to do a little bit more than they were maybe a few years ago, because they've seen the consequences of what happens when vegetation isn't properly trimmed.
This is fantastic.
Mr. President, Bob Haglund does, before he cuts a single tree in South Orange, he does make contact, I think it's with your DPW personnel, and he does notify them in terms of where he's going to be and where he's going to be trimming. But I understand what you're saying. This is prior to even
right,
getting
prior
to
to making the decision about where to go. They should be reaching out to us so that we can provide feedback about what areas might be high priorities that we've seen.
What we're discussing right now is independent of this presentation.
Yeah, I had one other question that goes along with how our residents can communicate that they know that there's a problem with a tree that's above the wires. They can't have a tree trimmer come in to do it because it's within that trimming zone. How do they report to PSE&G to have somebody come out and do something about a limb that may be hanging on their power line?
Right. Typically, on the back of the bill, we have a number that you call with any kind of problems that you have.
We tried that. Can we get a more specific way of communicating with PSE&G about tree trimming?
Right. So there's nobody better than Bob Haglund, really. He is the best guy. He does it for
Right.
years as well.
So let me suggest this. Let me suggest that the information goes through the administrator's office, and I'll get you Bob Haglund's information, cell phone, email, office mail, and then so that we don't have 100 people. But if you can be the conduit, and if that's okay, Mr. President, I'm sorry, is that okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think conceptually at the end of the day, it seems just a little odd that we're helping you guys do this, but I think that we're also willing to do it because it's important and we want to make sure it gets done. So I think we're willing to play that role of getting the information from residents and getting it to you. Again, what I would ask from you guys before we go to the residents is to be able to tell them exactly what they need to report to us, so that when we get the information to you, it's 100% usable by whoever it's getting to. So if Bob or if anybody can basically send me an email and say, here are the fields that we need, what we're going to basically do is create a form online. Residents are going to be able to go on there, fill out the information. We're going to collect that into a database or a spreadsheet, and we will send that to you, and then you can do whatever you want with it. But I just want to make sure that the information that we're collecting is good information that you guys can definitely use.
Yes, and also the criteria. The criteria, not all the wires are equal, right? Some of them are the primary wires, which feed many homes, and then others are just a service wire that goes to your house.
So, and so, for example, if a resident taking a picture of the wire is helpful to you, we can ask people to include that. So we want to get the most information we can because we want to give you guys the most information that's going to allow you to make the best decision about where to go trim. So whatever we can do to help facilitate in that process, I think we're all willing to do. And from we've had many neighborhood association meetings since Hurricane Sandy, and residents are ready to do whatever they can to help, basically do an inventory and provide that information to you guys. We just want to make sure we're collecting it the right way.
Okay.
All right, but so let me clarify one last thing on this. When we say tree trimming, we trim to clear the wires.
Above the wires.
Well, let's assume that, you know, the wire is down here and there's a branch 30, 40 feet above it. We don't trim for that.
So where does the responsibility, I mean, if there's a branch 1 foot above, is that your responsibility?
Yes, yes.
So at what point does that end?
You know, it's a judgment call. Let me say that it's a judgment call to a certain extent. But the fact of the matter is that there is, and you know, and there are different numbers that have been used. You know, that there's based on the species and based on how fast it's growing and based on where it is. You know, sometimes we trim 6 feet around it because we know that in 4 years. What we're particularly concerned about are branches which are growing up, are branches which are on the primary. Once you go above the primary, we really don't trim for that. And the issue is, if you start trimming for that, the only way that you can guarantee absolute reliability would be to take off all the canopy. Because, for example, in Sandy, you know, you had areas where the wire itself was clear, but you had a tree that was 70 feet tall that was far away from the wires, which tumbled down and took the wire down. So again, you know, that's why when Al started to talk about trimming trees in the backyards in South Orange, I mean, to guarantee a very, well, let me back up. When you look at the circuits and you look at the outage history of the circuits, and I've looked at 2 years prior to coming into this meeting, most of the problems do occur during severe weather events. Okay, and that's because we have these monstrous trees which tower over the wires, where the branches break off and come down and make contact. Really and truly, the only way that you can prevent that from happening is by removing the trees.
Right, and I think we all understand that we're not going to get 100%, but I think we could do better, and I think that's what we want to try and help. So, unless it's about tree trimming.
It's about
Okay.
tree trimming. I think you know, one of the issues about the tree trimming is that you're talking about a 4-year cycle, and that by itself might be too long, a period in between. Or what happens after we see you finish this contract that you get for the tree trimming, and you can say, there's definitely places that were missed or places that need to be done. Are you going to award a supplemental contract or come out in between that 4 years?
We will. We have what we call the regular cycle tree trimming. We also do what we call spot tree trimming, where if there's an area, one of the things that happens is that after the lines are trimmed, Bob also has a responsibility to go in and audit all the lines that were trimmed to make sure that the lines are clear, because that's a part of his scorecard, and he'll be rated on how many outages occur on the circuits shortly after they're trimmed. So if there are areas that you know of and where the president was going in terms of identifying those trouble spots, get them to us and we will do a spot tree.
So we're going to have a chance to basically review the performance of the regular cycle tree trimming after it's done.
We will share the audit with you
Okay.
after.
All right, that's great. I know there's quite a few other topics tonight. So I do want to thank you for that and move on. As far as, right, there's $215 million over this period for Energy Strong that's planned to be spent on improving pole construction, quality, redundancy, all that kind of stuff. How is that determined? How does PSE&G determine which poles to fix, basically?
One of the things that we talked about was putting stuff underground. So one of the things we would do is we would look at the substation. Are there long overhead lines to get to the customers where they go overground? Can that go underground? There's one piece. As far as poles go, we would go and see where, what the condition of the poles are.
So you do an inspection of all of the poles in the
Right.
system?
We do a lot of poles every year, and we've fixed a lot of poles over the last 3 years. However, many times, the backyards require a lot more effort. So one of the major things that would really help, the biggest thing that would help is just even if we just carved out a little bit of a hole for that wire in some of your backyards. You know how it's strung through the trees and how everything is all around it? That's one of the major parts that really gets this town in trouble during major events, is how much it takes to fix that.
I mean, so on an annual basis, I mean, so this is $215 million that you plan on spending over and above the amount that you already spend on an annual basis doing maintenance and upgrades. 40 million annually is what you spend now, about? Okay.
So what I might do is change the wires to 13 kV or higher voltage standards so they can handle more rubbing from the trees or something. But I wouldn't change the voltage it operates at. I would leave it at the 4 kV, give it more resilience against branches hitting it, stuff like that.
So in the determination of, I mean, you must have how many poles on your entire system?
It's lots of them. You need me
I mean,
to get the
hundreds of
exact number?
thousands?
Yes.
Yeah, high hundreds of thousands. So, I mean, is there data being used, for example, where, the outages seem to occur regularly, or is it based on visual inspections, or is it a combination?
Right. It's a combination. I mentioned before about the circuits that have poorer performance, more outages affect more customers. Those come up every year. That's done with those crews that Bob has that are just around to take care of issues. Then we have the 4-year cycle, which is in another portion of it.
So when PSE&G is ready to make those improvements, and I guess I'd even be interested in the improvements that you're making on a regular basis, on a year-to-year basis. Can you give us that information about how many poles, in South Orange, for example, that are on a maintenance or upgrade schedule for the next year?
I guess I could probably
or where they are, because I think, again, going back to, I think we have a good understanding, certainly not a complete understanding, but a good understanding of where some of the trouble spots are based on the reports that we get from residents about, when it rains, the power goes out, or every time the wind comes, the pole gets cracked, or those kind of things. So I think we have a little bit of information that we would be happy to try and give to you guys, but again, wanted to make sure that we're doing that in a way that's going to actually allow you to use it.
Yeah.
So if you're able to let us know a little bit about and say, okay, well, next year, here are the trouble spots that we've noticed. We can sit down with a map, a couple weeks from now or a month, or whenever you get that, preliminary plan, and say, here's a map of South Orange. Here are the areas that we've identified as being, some of the high priority pole, upgrade replacement areas. I think we would, some of us would love to be included in that meeting to be able to add some of our knowledge and see kind of what information you guys are getting. And maybe it mirrors what we have, maybe it doesn't, but that'd be an interesting conversation. Is that something that we'd be able to do?
I don't see a problem with knowing what poles are in what condition. We have a database somewhere that has all that on there. Most of the poles that were in bad shape, we've changed already. So we don't leave them out there if we know about them. So if you tell me that there's a pole ready to fall, I'm going to be out there changing it shortly.
Okay.
That's not something we leave out there. There's going to be poles with various levels. We have 3 different levels on our poles. We don't, it's not critical until it gets to the last level. And we'll even try and increase the life of the assets by putting some type of brace on the bottom.
One of the things that we learned from Sandy was the type of pole that PSE&G was using. And I thought there was going to be legislation that dictated what level pole that you were going to use, but I haven't heard about it since. Has that changed? Are you now using a higher quality pole?
I'm not exactly sure what different pole, but the poles that we use in South Orange, we got to climb. So there was some talk about using those green ones, right? We used green ones somewhere else. I don't know if you guys are familiar with any of this, but there's green ones. They're very brittle and they're very hard to gap into because all the work the men have to climb. So the regular type of pine poles that we use is the best for that. That's what we use. Concrete pole will be a real problem. I don't even really know how to install it back there.
All right.
So no, there's no plan to change the type of pole.
But I think when
Trustee
you
Levis,
change the pole...
as a part of Energy Strong, one of the things that we're doing with our engineers is that we are evaluating what the options are for poles. Now, Albert's right. I mean, the poles that we have out there, are tried and tested. But for example, in an area where you have, spacer cable or lash cable, where a few years ago in heavily treed areas, the BPU required that we went from what we call open wire construction to spacer cable. So what you do is that you would increase the tensile strength of the wire. Problem is that when the tree comes down on that wire, the wire doesn't break, but the pole does. So we're looking. So for example, some of the discussions that we've had with the engineers is, do we use composite poles? Like I said, do we use concrete poles? Well, the first thing that the engineers said to us and some of the consultants said to us, in New Jersey, you really don't want to use concrete poles. The wooden poles act almost like a crash zone or a crumple zone in the car, because we have so many, our infrastructure is, except in South Orange, in most of the towns that we serve, the poles are right up against the curb. And so if you use concrete poles, and to use it, it has to become a standard to make it kind of economically viable for a manufacturer to put a batch together to manufacture. There has to be economics of scale. And so the concrete pole is a little bit difficult, but we're looking at all different kind of composite material, and we're looking to see what works. We're working with some of our sister utilities in the Mid-Atlantic region, to see what they have done, and to the extent that by the time we get to the end of the process, there are better poles out there that we can use. We will certainly do so.
Okay, thank you. A question on smart meters, smart grids. You have $454 million ready to spend on smart grids. A conversation that I had with Art Guida a while ago and some other folks was around this. One of the things that a couple of us, including Mayor DeLuca from Maplewood and a few others, were interested in was what the cost per unit of installing basically the technology that you're planning on doing, which is kind of halfway to a full smart meter technology, right? Is it gives you the ability to communicate two ways, ping what is the power on, is the power off, so you can get that information automatically, but it doesn't give the homeowner access to that information. They don't have control over their, they can't see their electricity usage online and all those other things that come with, full smart meters. One of the questions that we had was that although perhaps not every homeowner would want to foot the bill for a full smart meter, that some certainly would. So a couple of the questions that came out were, one is, what is the cost of the technology per household that PSE&G is planning on doing? And then what would be the cost per household for a full smart meter? And we were curious what that difference is. If it's $1.50 difference, maybe it makes sense just to go full smart meter for everybody. I imagine it's probably much more than that. And so the question is that gap, if there's a $50 or $100 difference, if you're sending out crews anyway to take the old meter off, put a new meter on, change some of the technology, the marginal cost of allowing the homeowner the option to upgrade to a full smart meter if they wanted to, so they could become a little bit more conscious about their energy usage, would be really, I think, valuable to include in this plan. So basically, you guys are paying up to the amount of the smart grid technology that you're doing, and then allowing the homeowner to opt in for a full smart meter package that they would pay for themselves.
So customers have the option right now of putting in smart meters. It might not be the full, latest state of the art, because it also has to be able to work with our system. But you can, in fact, put in smart meters now if the customers choose to pay for it. The cost of smart meters runs from anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500 per unit. And so and that's one of the reasons, for example, the ratepayer advocate in New Jersey really does not support smart metering technology, because when you do a calculation on an annual basis of what you would save in terms of using the smart meter to control your appliances, to control your life, the value proposition is really way off. So
it's a deficit.
Exactly.
To Alex's point, though, if you're already going to be in the house, you've already got someone installing something, how much of that cost comes out of their cost for the smart meter?
Again, the studies have shown, and there's data at the BPU, the smart meters run about
But this question from Trustee Clark is kind of the same question I asked, and it doesn't sound like you have the information, which is fine.
No,
perhaps
let's go.
Get it.
So I was backing into your question.
Okay.
So in terms of the smart grid technology that we're proposing, and in terms of what the cost to customers is, again, we haven't developed that level of detail. A lot of the level of detail in terms of the specific cost that each customer will pay will again be determined by how much money the BPU allows us to
But so when you
spend.
determine the $454 million, how do you come up with that number?
I'm sorry?
How do you come up with $454 million if you don't know the cost per household?
So what we did was that we carved out the $3.9 billion, and there were a few. I think it was. I don't have it right at the top of my notes, but I think there was University of San Diego or some entity in conjunction with EPRI, which they did a few studies, and we worked with them on the studies and determined For example, if we were to look at taking this money and spreading it over our rate base and breaking it out amongst different technologies, what has been used in the past and where that number could lie. Again, these are just numbers that were generated from a study that we proposed to the
Could you forward that study to us?
I could forward you the link.
Okay, and I think what would also be interesting, I think what we're interested in is the cost per house, is an estimated cost, not down to the cents, but an estimated cost per household of what your plan would be. So you're basically this upgrade of the smart grid, and I imagine that involves a change at the service level at each house to accommodate that technology. What is the marginal cost of allowing the homeowner to opt into the upgrade of the smart meter? So if a smart meter costs $2,000, how much of that cost?
This program does not include smart meters.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is that the cost of what you're proposing, the smart grid upgrade, right, that has a cost per household, an estimated cost. Somebody, I mean, I don't know, I'm not familiar with the exact equipment, the technology that you're talking about, but right, somebody at PSE&G must know what equipment you'd potentially plan on installing.
Right. So the easiest way to do that, just for the sake of having a number, would be PSE&G serves 2.2 million customers. So you could take the 454 million, divide it by 2.2 million, and if every ratepayer then bears a part of the cost, then that would be the cost.
But if you don't, but it sounds like the 454 number was just kind of picked out of thin air a little bit. I mean, perhaps a little more scientific than that, but it doesn't sound like it was very scientific. I don't think we have the information that I'm looking for, but hopefully I'm explaining myself, and please let me know if I'm not.
I understand where you're going.
So again, if you have, for example, a labor cost of, let's say, 2 people for 2 hours each, so you have 4 hours of labor from PSE&G that it costs to upgrade each household to accommodate the smart grid technology that you've proposed in this plan. My question is, what is the marginal cost of then installing a smart meter? Does it only take 5 minutes for them to install a device, or is there many more hours of labor involved? So the question is can you give the homeowner the opportunity, if they want to upgrade from the kind of halfway point smart grid technology that you're proposing to the full smart meter? So obviously you don't want every single ratepayer to pay for what only a few homeowners may use. But if there's a homeowner who's particularly environmentally conscious and they want to have that information, I think it would be valuable to PSE&G as a company to be able to offer the customer that option. And Art did promise that he was going to go back and look at the information and basically give us a number of what is the cost per household for the smart grid deployment, and then what is the cost for a full smart meter, and so we can get those two numbers and at least have a sense of what it would cost per homeowner for your plan, and then what it would cost for them to opt into the higher level smart meter.
All right, so if you remember during my opening preamble, I basically said that essentially the Energy Strong program will be rate neutral. Right? There would be, almost no increase.
I know, but that's not, I mean, do you understand my question?
I understand your question, but I guess what's happening here is that there's a little bit of apples to oranges, because what you're asking is not something that the Energy Strong program is, in terms of the smart grid, the smart meter piece of it, is not a part of the Energy Strong program. So it was not something that we took into consideration.
No, but it may be. So maybe I have a complete misunderstanding here. The smart grid component of the Energy Strong program, does that involve work at each individual homeowners?
No.
So there is no work being done at the local level around where the houses are or around where the local distribution is?
None at the house. Out on the primary circuits, yes, but not at the homeowner's residence.
So the work is being done at like the transformer level?
Upstream, even upstream of that.
So let me see if I understand correctly. The smart grid system will not have any in-residence component to it. So when that 450 mil is spent and you guys have installed the smart grid system, if the power goes out of my house, you still don't know that unless I tell you.
Correct. I mean, we will know right now we know at the substation level. Right now we know at the transmissions level, because the circuit will lock out and the transmission line will trip. This will push it down even further and give us more intelligence down on the distribution circuits,
Okay.
but it will not be to the household level.
That's interesting. When Mayor DeLuca and I were presented this presentation, it was told to us that it was down to the homeowner level.
And who did that?
That was ARC.
Okay.
And what we had asked was that basically if you're paying for an upgrade of the system, how much more would it cost to do smart meters? But if you can't tell down to the homeowner, well, so that changes. I mean, so what's the how much benefit does PSE&G see from being where you are to where you're being? Because if people, you're saying basically people are still going to have to call in to report their outages after the $500 million investment.
Right. So what we said was, for example, we had about 90% of our customers. I think it was 850,000 customers. That we think about 850,000 customers would either not have lost power or would have had their outages significantly reduced had the Energy Strong program been in place prior to Sandy. So that in terms of the total minutes that customers were out, the total minutes would have been reduced by about 39%.
So then perhaps a question, and we can move on. I mean, I'm glad that you've explained it in this way, although, that I was under the impression that this would give the homeowner access. People wouldn't have to then call in, which would be a huge benefit. So I guess the question, leaving this off, is how much, this $454 million to be spent to go down to the distribution level, how much more would it cost to go to the homeowner level?
I don't have that information.
No, I understand, but is that one of the things that you could follow up with about it? I mean, and again, we're certainly not, holding you to as an exact dollar amount, but I would be curious, is it 454 to 500 million? Is it 454 to 2 billion? Is it just a total stretch that there's no way to do it, or is it maybe economically feasible to look at, going that one extra level? I just don't understand the numbers, so.
Well, perhaps the other thing that we could get is, and that's where a deep part of the frustration is, and I don't think it's just me, but it is the communication to PSE&G was really challenging. And the information that we got back really wasn't, clear in terms of timing. It was inaccurate. So I don't know, we're glad that you're proposing some infrastructure, monetary, financial ways of improvement, but the communication system would really help. If we're not getting down to the resident level, then there's got to be something you can do to improve the communications.
And I think one of the things that came out in some of the conversations that was interesting for me to learn was that one of the problems that seems to exist with the outage management system and how jobs get assigned to, forget kind of the complications and problems with out-of-state workers and in-state workers, just the jobs getting assigned, right, is that if there is a transformer, you can tell when it's out now. Is that correct? I may be using the wrong terminology.
As soon as the customers call us.
Without the customer calling.
If it's a transformer in a substation.
So if you have a substation that's down and you have, so there's a storm, the substation goes down, and then a tree falls on the line at my house. I call PSE&G, report the outage. Technically, there's an outage kind of in two ways, right? There's a substation outage and then there's my individual service line outage. What it sounded like from some of the folks at PSE&G that I spoke to was that when that substation is fixed and put back online, that all of the job tickets that were associated in that geographic district of that substation are actually cleared out of the system, and the homeowner actually has to call a second time to report it again.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I use that information. I do both things at the same time. We don't wait until a substation is restored to fix the lines. As soon as I capture damage, it gets recorded in the system, and then we don't throw it anywhere. So if somebody just deletes it by mistake, I don't know.
So there's no mechanism by which any jobs that are assigned or entered in your system at the individual service line level, none of those get cleared or closed or completed at any point by the virtue of a larger level in the system being fixed.
There are times when you have a main line and you have laterals, what we call main lines and laterals off the main line. Based on the way it works is that customers call in. The more customers that call, the better, because then the information gets a little bit more specific. Based on the calls that come in, there is an algorithm built into our outage management system. The outage management system will then associate outages. And sometimes smaller outages gets rolled up into bigger outages. It happens. And when smaller outages gets rolled up into bigger outages, when the bigger outage is closed out, yes, the smaller outage also gets closed out. And that's why, as a matter of course now, utilities do call customers back and to say, hey, listen, is your power back on? Now, sometimes that communications is not what it should be. Okay, the communication should be, I'm calling from PSCNG, is your power back on? There are times when customers have called in and they said, no, my power is not back on, and the rep in the call center is looking at a screen, and the screen says the outage has been restored, and the rep says, well, no, your power is back on. Now, for the life of me, I don't know why that happens, because I don't know that anyone would take up a phone in the middle of a storm and make a prank call on a utility. If someone's calling back to say their power is not back on, it means it's not back on. What the rep should do at that point in time is to create a new order and get it out to Albert's group so that they can go out and do a new investigation and get it fixed. But to answer your question, it does happen.
And so to be our conduit to the rest of PSE&G, can you make sure to press that recommendation with whoever manages the people who do the call centers? Because that is one of the biggest complaints we hear, is not just the power being out or anything else, but people getting into arguments with people on the phone, basically being told their power is back on when it's not. And I will say also, something that we learned through our struggles with using reverse 911 systems during these kinds of events, is that anybody with a fiber optic internet, phone, TV connection whose power has been out for more than a day or two is not going to get that call back from PSE&G.
Yeah.
Right, because their phone line is powered by a line that needs power. So ironically, the call to confirm whether the power is on or off it needs a powered system to do that. So one of the things to think about, and I'm not sure where at PSE&G this gets done, but if you're using a system to determine outages, but the system can't be used if the power's out, you're not going to get as much information as you would, right?
Correct. And in the short answer, the short fix to that is when customers set up their account, they can set up an alternate phone number on the account, and that's a kind of flippant, easy fix. But I appreciate where you're going with this.
Would you be able to have any information, just out of curiosity's sake, how many customers have just their home phone number, and how many customers have left PSE&G with an alternate cell phone number? I mean, not off the top of your head.
No, the problem is if I have that, I couldn't share that. And I'm serious. There are very, very strict. I'd have to go to the BPU and say to the BPU, can I give that to the village president, believe it or not?
I honestly, I think if you ask them if you could share the aggregate number, the percentage of customers who have entered a second phone number, I don't think there's be a problem with that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask them, and if they say no.
You know, and I'll see. I'll talk to her.
Because again, that's something that we can, use us to help you guys. If you need more people to enter cell phones in, we will tell people when we speak to them, make sure on your PSE&G account you've got your cell phone entered.
Definitely. We recommend that every single customer has not only their home number, but also an alternate number, in this case their cell phone number.
But if 90% of people have their cell phone in already, I don't really want to spend my time telling people to do that. So it would be helpful to know if PSE&G has determined that there really is a need for people to provide an alternate number. So if there's any way you can help get us...
I'll get you maybe a percent. I'll see. I'll talk to the VP of Customer Operations and see if I can get you a percentage or something like that. And by the way, I was checking my notes. The number for annual investment in O&M is not 40, it's 400 million.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. President, could I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Riding around South Orange, not only South Orange, but your service area generally, I see still many situations where poles that were broken off, a replacement pole put next to it, is tied up with rope. I see countless numbers of wires still held up with yellow emergency tape. It seems to me that this far removed from Sandy, that all of the repairs haven't been yet done, and we're now in another storm season. When will all of the repair work that was necessary from Sandy be actually done?
So I'd love to have those locations where the wires are held up with yellow tape, so that I'll just fix them. I'm not aware of any locations where something's held up with yellow tape, but as far as the poles that have poles next to it, if the top of the pole's cut off, we're off the pole, and then you gotta wait for the telephone and the cable to move the rest of it. So we can't move all of the infrastructure off the pole. So once we sink a pole next to it, we'll transfer the electric construction, and then the other utilities are ready to do their work. So if the pole is sitting next to it without the top cut off, the old one, or without the electric infrastructure moved, definitely I want to know about that too.
Oh, they're
But
right
we'll-
around, you see them, you see
We'll,
them all.
we'll get a list of those and we'll make sure
No,
to.
please do, because Albert, I'd venture, and I've dealt with this a lot since Sandy. In 99% of the cases, it's a Verizon issue. The issue is that the last utility off the pole removes the pole.
So we'll have to invite Verizon next time too.
So, yeah, so we said.
No, emergency tape, caution written all over it, you know? That's wires.
I need to know where it is, so I can check.
We'll find any of those locations and we'll make sure to get those to you. I want to ask just a couple other quick questions before opening it up and making sure anybody else can ask questions. I know I've asked a few. After Hurricane Irene in 2011, one of the things that we discussed, there were a couple things that we discussed after that meeting about some of the communications issues that we had again during Hurricane Sandy. So one of the big ones that I think would be really, really valuable for us and unbelievably value to our community is to schedule when we get updates from PSE&G during these kinds of events. Right, is every day, as I'm sure you recall, I'm emailing you, calling you, texting you, asking you what's going on, what's the latest. What I'd really like PSE&G to do, and what I think would be a tremendous value to your company and to the people you work with, the governments and the customers, is set a time each day, whether it's once a day or twice a day. I would love twice a day, but I understand the constraints of how many municipalities you have to deal with, and every day we get an update at that time. So that allows a couple different things. One, that allows our resource and asset planning from our end, where we're sending public works people. I know there are sometimes issues when a utility crew comes out and they're looking at a street and they're looking for a public works employee who's not there, and there was some miscommunication. It allows us to regularly update our community so that we can say every day at 9 a.m. we will have an update on our website about what's going to be happening for the rest of the day. Or we'll have an update on our website at 8 p.m. of what just happened that day. From our perspective and what we want to be able to do to communicate to people, it's really, really important that I can tell every resident in town a time of day that they will either get an update that says, I'm sorry, there's no more information from PSE&G today, there'll be more hopefully tomorrow, or here's the latest information. And what ends up happening, and there are a lot of local officials who feel the same way, that we get kind of stuck in this position, right, where we're waiting for information from you guys on one hand, and on the other hand, we've got hundreds or thousands of residents, not only residents, but police, fire, public works, people who are asking us, well, what's happening with PSE&G? And as elected officials and as our village government, we're stuck in the middle of basically saying, well, we haven't gotten the information and I might get it in 5 minutes, so do I want to put out a press release right now saying we haven't gotten the information? So that's something that we discussed in 2011. How can we make that a reality?
So in 2012, we did try to improve the process, coming out of some of the recommendations from the Board of Public Utilities, and the Sandy board order was just released. I'm not sure if you have a copy of it yet, and it has another slew of recommendations about improving communications. In fact, one of the things
is this one of them?
Communications is definitely.
No, but I mean, is doing scheduled updates between the utility companies and the local governments one of those?
There is some specifications in there for that, yes. But what I was going to, and I'll share the order with you. But what I was going to say is that we did try in 2012 with the morning conference calls for elected officials to provide the information that we have. And I know that you've had this discussion with our president on a few occasions, and he kind of tried to explain at least why we did this once a day, and how we got the information, and therefore how we could disseminate the information. Obviously by listening to the comments that you just made, I guess you didn't find those sessions particularly useful. I mean, some of the municipalities did, but we know that it is one of your main concerns. We're cognizant of that, and one of the things that we just did also, we went out and hired an emergency response manager, who will do nothing but help us to coordinate our response and also communicate with the
You mean
BPU.
you didn't have somebody like that?
There was nobody playing that role prior to.
Are you serious?
No, well, I shouldn't say that.
In the last 3 years, how many storms?
One of the things that came out of the BPU orders was the fact that we should have incident command, and there should be unified incident command. The way utilities have operated for years is that our incident command, because of the uniqueness of what we do and because not many people understand our systems and the way they are designed, is that we would have our incident command in the operations headquarters, and then that incident command would have a representative or two at either the Essex County Office of Emergency Management or, in my area, the Passaic County Office of Emergency Management. And the people in Albert's group over in Clifton would be the emergency response people. They would take the orders, they would track the orders, they would make sure that the orders are closed out, they would make sure that the information is then correct in the system and disseminated. But there wasn't one identified, coordinated body, except for the supervisors and the local managers. There wasn't a unique carved out position for that we have now hired that person, and that person's on board.
So just to clarify, I mean, there were conference calls in the morning. I mean, those included between, how many municipalities would you say were on each of those calls?
Yeah, about 30, 37, 38.
So those were not information specific to each municipality,
No,
right? It was kind of a larger regional level. So I think what we're interested in is as much detail as possible, understanding that you don't have every single house timed out to every single minute of the day, even though I personally believe that the data systems do exist for you to do that. That at the very least, whatever information you do have, that there is one time of day that it is communicated to us in writing, so that we can then distribute it. And that may be, you may stagger it and say South Orange at 8, Maplewood at 8:50. I mean, whatever it is, and I would be happy to help in any way I can get to a point where we can do that, because it provides our residents, who are sitting in a house without power, who may need to charge their phone or go to the public library or come to the municipal building to learn about what's going on. It'd be really great if they knew that at this time each day there would be an update. And one of the emergency preparedness plan steps that we're taking is also making sure that we have kind of a backup emergency broadcast system at Seton Hall for the radio station. Now, if you're going to use a broadcast system like that to broadcast emergency messages, right, it's not like a website where you can go check it. You have to be listening at the time that someone is broadcasting the information. So if we're to use a system like that, which in this day cell phones go down and internet goes down, having a system like that is a great thing for us to be able to do. We need to be able to tell people what time to tune in each day to get the update. So I can't do any of that right now in my position, either as the village president or as the emergency management coordinator, because I don't know when I'm getting the information next from PSE&G. So I think it's really, really important that however we have to do it, if there are other changes in your system that need to be made, I would love to know what those are. I will sit there next to you and advocate with you for whatever changes you need to be able to do that for us and for our residents.
Thank you, I actually appreciate that. We're putting a lot of effort into, we heard this loud and clear. It came out from Irene, it came out from Sandy. Everybody wants more information. It's not only at the town administrative level, the customers want to know when they're going to be put back on. So there's got to be a lot of work done in this area. There's no way that I'm going to be able to tell you how we're going to do this. The process is complicated. First we got to assess it, and then we got to put the resources on it, get the material together, all that stuff. But this is nothing beyond us, and we'll get it. But we're not going to have it by the end of this night.
Of course,
There's
and
a
I
lot
think
that we're working on, and it's a major push for us to try and help with this information.
And I think everybody appreciates how challenging it is to do to a response like this to a storm this large. I think what can be done to make the blow a lot softer, especially until these upgrades are made and until smart grids are deployed and all that kind of stuff, is at least tell people when they can either have information or not have information. Right? That goes a really long way with people, is not to say, well, we don't know when the information. The biggest complaint that I heard from people about communication is not, the biggest complaint wasn't even necessarily, oh, it's taking too long. It was, I don't know what's happening. Right? That's the complaint. Tell me, you know, if it's going to be a week or 2 weeks, tell me. I'll get out of town. I'll make plans, whatever. But just, I don't even know when I'm going to know if that's the case or not. So I think that piece is not a piece that requires millions of dollars of infrastructure upgrades. Doesn't require a whole lot other than sitting down and basically asking internally, what will it take for us to be able to pick a time that during an emergency we will have a time set ahead of time with each municipality that you're assigned to work with, and basically saying this is when you're going to get an email each day. And whether that system can generate automatic reports or whatever it is, I think I and anybody else here would be willing to sit down with you and help you figure out how we do that, because that would go a really, really long way in easing some of the stress associated with dealing with some of these storms. So that would be something that would be great for us to be able to follow up on. And then one really, really small thing that was discussed in 2011 as well was to try and do a little bit, maybe more of a creative job to find ways to explain how the grid is restored. I think a lot of people don't understand. Even I, for example, just learned tonight that the smart grid technology is not going down to the household level. And perhaps someone at PSE&G may have learned that, not one of you two, someone else may have learned that tonight too. But is for the residents and understanding, okay, the power's out, there's a storm, what's going to happen over the next week? If you can create graphics that kind of explain, well, step one is this, step two is this, here are the 6 divisions of PSE&G, you have vegetation, you have linesmen, you have this and you have that, they can only perform this function, right? One of the complaints that I think we all hear is there's a truck outside and they won't fix this. And it'd be great to basically just explain, here's a bucket truck, it performs this function. Here's a different type of truck, it performs this function. And just make sure people know so they can kind of have that information, and when the storm happens and when the restoration begins, again, providing as much information as possible that we will be more than happy to do as good of a job as we can to distribute that out to the residents and provide that in a time when people are frustrated that they don't know when the power's coming back on. Hey, well, at least here's the 6-step process. Here are the different people that are going to be working on it. Here's how the lines are divided. Here's how the substations work. For example, just because they're not in South Orange right now doesn't mean they're not working on South Orange. That is a huge misconception among most members of the public, that if they don't see any trucks in town, that the town is being ignored. And I think some of us understand that, there are substations down the line in East Orange or in Orange that basically if you're fixing those, you're fixing power lines that are coming to South Orange. And so I think if there was a little more information available to people about how that worked, I think that would also go a long way in helping ease a little bit of the stress around these. And I'll introduce you to some graphic designers that would be willing to go for free.
I think that's a discussion I'd like to, I'm not sure if you want to do it now or if you want us to get together and do it, because that information we can do. It's not a problem. It's just a matter of the format and how we get it out. Do we bring people in? Like for example, I did some sessions with CERT people. I did a couple sessions with seniors. We've tried to put a couple of webinars together for municipal officials where we go through from the generation station down to the house and kind of talk about how we restore that. We're looking to restore critical facilities, but at the same time we're looking to restore the main lines with the most customers and so on. There's a method to our madness, like I would say on our conference call. So just think about the format in which, because you'd like to see that kind of rolled out, and we'd be very happy to coordinate with you and get that.
Great, thank you. And I have a couple closing questions, but before I get before I get to any of those, I do want to make sure, I know I've been asking questions for a while. For any questions from any trustees?
Yes. Hi, thank you so much for coming tonight. Back to the Energy Strong program. How many municipalities so far have adopted resolutions in support of the program?
42.
And are they spread out all throughout the state, or do you have a concentration of them?
They're central to North Jersey.
Okay, sure.
Because when you look at the critical infrastructure that we're trying to reinforce, There's not so much of that down in South Jersey, because if you remember the way the state is, PSC&G goes up the middle, the industrial middle. You have Jersey Central to the south and Jersey Central to the north, and to the far south you have Atlantic Electric, are connected. So most of the critical infrastructure that we're looking to raise or to harden is from Middlesex on up to Bergen. And so the municipalities in Essex County, we have Caldwell, we have West Caldwell, we have Bloomfield, we have Irvington, we have Glenridge, and I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting. We have Livingston, and Bergen County a few weeks ago passed a resolution. Miss Trustee Ford has my request for Essex County, and we're hoping that, because especially in Essex County, that's special relevance because of the jail. That Essex switch goes right to the jail, and when it went down, the jail couldn't come back up.
On the county level.
On the county, yes, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up your roles right here.
I know,
now, but
sometimes I get confused too.
I have another question
I'm sorry,
about
go ahead.
the rates. I know that you appeared before the Assembly Budget Committee, I think maybe 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and there seemed to be a little disagreement regarding whether or not there would be rate increases. I believe the president of the BPU had claimed an 8% increase to the rates.
I'm not sure if Mr. Hanna made that statement. I know the ratepayer advocate was saying that. Well, so rate making is it's like, I guess I could say it's like making sausage. Rate making is if you think restoration is difficult, and I see Howard smiling because we've had a few discussions about rate making in the conference room over there. Rate making is really let's say a messy process. So what we're saying is that essentially, again, because of the charges that are going to be falling off the bill, and because of the way in which this whole $3.9 billion will be financed. See, we're going to go to the market for PSC&G shareholders will be picking up 51% of the cost of the expenditure. And then we're going to go to the market to pick up, to get the other 49%. The 51% that our shareholders will be funding, we're looking for a rate of return on that. The 49% that we're going to market for, we're only going to be recouping our cost and nothing else. So what we're saying is that when you look at the entire series of events around this, the Energy Strong program itself will be rate neutral. It won't cause any appreciable rise in rates. But it doesn't mean that there are other things that are happening in the marketplace that don't cause rates to rise. So we can say all things held even, the Energy Strong would be rate neutral, revenue neutral to us. But there could be other things, for example, a rate case. We still are looking for $350 million that we spent for restoration during Sandy. And so we're gonna file a rate case at some point in time and try to recoup that. Our last rate case was 2010. Typically, there's a 4 to 5 year period in which you file a rate case. So if we file a rate case, another rate case in 2014, yes, that could cause rates to rise. But what we're saying is that if you look at Energy Strong itself, Energy Strong will not trigger a rise in rates.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was part of a question I was going to ask about when you're going to apply for a rate case with the BPU, and what kind of projection you have, or what increase that impact would have, that rate case would have on the residents, or the what percent increase we should be seeing in our rates. But you're saying that this will be totally neutral, it will not have an impact on our rates?
No, not 100. I mean, listen, Mr. Levinson, I would never stay here standing in front of you and make any absolute statements on any calculation that has to do with rates.
When do you think you're going to be making the rate case?
You mean for this?
Yes.
For Energy Strong? Energy Strong will not be determined through a rate case. Energy Strong will be determined through a clause, let's say. We are seeking to start recouping an Energy Strong immediately after expenditure, and we're seeking to recoup an Energy Strong on an annual basis. And here's why. What we're saying is that we want to spend $3.9 billion over 10 years, okay? And we're saying that the $3.9 billion is necessary to make our system more resilient. We're going to ask our shareholders to allow us to spend, let's say, $2 billion of their money in this program. There's no way they're going to do that unless they know that they're going to get a rate of return on their money. So that can't wait on, because remember, in our typical rate case, what you do is that you spend the money prudently, and then you go back to the BPU and you say, here's what we spent, now here's what we want to recoup. Without certainty as to a rate of return, our shareholders would not invest the money in the program that we so desperately need.
So the comment that you made about being neutral may not be factual or true.
It is factual to the extent that there are these counterbalances that we've clearly identified.
Based upon some assumptions of reduced energy costs in the future. Yes. Reduced energy costs as a result of the charges dropping off the bill. And if that doesn't occur, then we should assume that it may not be neutral. Okay.
First of all, I just want to really thank you for the time and investment, because we experienced some frustration in our roles over the storms. I know you have too. And I have no doubt that PSE&G wants to be a good corporate citizen to the residents here. But we have some concerns. I'm not going to restate it. We've had some experiences that have not given us the warm and fuzzy. But I just want to revisit two areas. One in infrastructure, just a little clarity for myself, and then one about soft skills. On the infrastructure, which I'm not going to go into, and plus I don't have the expertise to really parse it with you, but I have enough understanding that it's a huge financial undertaking, and based on the way the power is delivered to South Orange, as you so wonderfully described, that we're one of the 3 municipalities with most of it going through the backyard. The obvious easy thing, taking money aside, is to go underground, and you put aside a certain amount of money, and I'm sure all of that, was it how many million?
It's about $3 million per mile.
Per mile is going to happen. We're only 2 square miles, so we would only take a certain percentage. That would be a great solution. But with that said, because that is a tremendous expense to go underground, that would solve a lot of problems if you could do it through your region underground, but it's cost prohibitive. What I'd like clarity on is that I heard, and this is rumor for lack of a better way, so I don't really know, that y'all have factored in a financial model, meaning utility companies, not PSE&G specific, of the cost of, after these major storms, the cost of actually replacing poles and other existing infrastructure back to the way it was before the storm is very expensive, but it's still a lot less expensive than going underground. So you're willing to go through this process after every major storm based on the cost benefit model of doing that, as opposed to really doing a long-term expensive investment on the infrastructure of going underground, and then it would not only prevent what we're experiencing now, but also would have a lot of other savings as well as improved safety. So could you just let me know if that's just rumor?
No.
It
is a balance, and it's something that Albert is tasked with looking at in terms of what is a reasonable trade-off, and what trade-offs are we as a society or as a village, to make. So let's take South Orange for example. it would be impossible to underground the lines in the backyard. It just would. So what's the option if we're going to do our undergrounding in South Orange? It would have to be on, out in the street. Again, super expensive, but a little bit less expensive than doing it in the backyard. But again, at $3 million per mile, South Orange, has gas lamp infrastructure where we would typically put the underground infrastructure. So now we're thinking about going out into the road, excavating into the road, making the laterals in the road, and also one thing that we shouldn't lose sight of, and I see Al stepping over here because he's the expert on this. I'm speaking out of turn. But one thing that we shouldn't lose sight of is the fact that every single resident that's now served overhead through the backyards would have to reconfigure their service entrance to accept power, and that's about a $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 proposition to change it, and you get your meter pan and then trench out to the curb or wherever the box is. And then of course we'd have to go get easement from homeowners to put the transformers on their lawns. So again, when we sit down and talk, there are two solutions that we talk about in South Orange all the time. One, clear cutting the backyards, just taking down the trees. That's what we talk about, seriously, because we get frustrated and we say cut the trees down or move the infrastructure to the street. Of course, because South Orange is a municipality served by gas lamps under NJSA Title 48, 17-3, if I remember correctly, we would have to get an ordinance or some permission from the municipal government to even consider doing that. So I guess what I'm saying is that South Orange, we realize it's difficult, but there's no easy, maybe we can put together Village, Mr. President, maybe we could put together like a task force or a team or something.
And that's something you'll do.
To seriously consider our options, because there's no easy fix for what we face.
Thank you for that. That gave me some clarity. The other, talking about soft skills, which I think is an easy fix and compared as a ratio and overall expense is a very, very low cost and low hanging fruit. And to me, a no-brainer. And that's training your customer service. I mean, I think that, and I'm not going to restate what the president said earlier, but that really magnified and multiplied the frustration and angst because your customer service, let me say this in a way that is acceptable, stunk. And it's and I'm not being mean-spirited or whatever like that. I come from the corporate world, now I'm in the public world, you know my role now, is that part of my, or anyone's success when they're dealing with clients and people, and you understand that, I know, so I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, but it's such an easy fix that has been communicated to all the utilities, not just PSE&G, but it's just mind-boggling to me that the investment on these soft skills, low cost, is not done. It would make your life and everyone's experience through these unavoidable things so much better, and I just don't understand why we still have such horrible customer service in these circumstances. So if when you're sitting with the president and you're going through those meetings, if through you, that you make sure that they communicate why that easy fix is not done, and hopefully it'll be corrected in the future. And I believe that your organization should be and would be motivated to do that. But again, thank you for being here. I know it's not easy, but that's your job.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And as someone who's tasked with working with federal, state, and local government during these events, I know exactly what you're saying, because I spend half of my time trying to explain why people don't have the information or can't communicate on behalf of the company. Mr. President, I think that may be something that is a discussion for Mr. Thigpen. So that the issue of the customer service reps and their training could be an issue that we could take up with Rick.
Okay.
And then then he could take it over to Mr. Forline, who's the VP of Customer Operations.
Sure.
So I think.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments?
Save it for next time.
Okay, so I do have a few things I do want to say before we finish this up. One is just a note on the lines being in the backyards, in the front yards, underground. One of the things that I've mentioned to a few folks at PSE&G, Mr. Sad, I believe you've heard this before, is that although and I think we all understand the difficulty and the challenge and the cost and time associated with repairing the lines that are in the backyards. One is we do have a lot of trees in the front yards as well, so moving lines to the front, there's still going to be a lot of wires down. Perhaps not as much as in the backyards, but it's certainly not going to prevent these lines and poles from coming down. And the second, from an emergency management perspective, which is how I tend to really look at these things, South Orange is in a unique place that after a storm like this, our public works employees begin cleaning up that night of the storm. The night of Hurricane Sandy, they were out clearing the streets. And what we're able to do is that about 98% of our streets within 24 hours are completely open. There are no towns around here that can do that. That's because there are no wires in the roads, right? Is we don't have to wait for PSE&G. Our public works employees don't have to work around live wires, which they can't do. As soon as the storm finishes, sometimes even before the storm finishes, they're pushing trees off to the curb so emergency vehicles, police, fire, and EMS can get to pretty much every single house in South Orange right the morning after the storm happens. There are still trees down, but there's very, very few, if any, during the storms, houses that are blocked by trees on either side, for example, 24 or 48 hours after the storm. When you go into any town surrounding us, and it's certainly no disrespect or anything negative to any of the towns, just having wires in the front means that when they come down in the streets. It means they get tangled in the trees that are in the streets. So from an emergency preparedness standpoint, South Orange is actually much better positioned than towns that do have the wires in the front yards. And being a first responder myself, I've had to go to emergency medical calls during storms and not been able to get to a house because wires are down in the street doing mutual aid into other towns. And that doesn't happen in South Orange. People know that if they dial 911, you're going to get an emergency vehicle there. They're going to be able to get to your house. So there is no doubt a benefit, although it's certainly a little bit uncertain about exactly what it would be to moving the lines to the front. There's obviously a tremendous cost. That $2,000 or $2,500 cost would be the same if people were moving their lines to the front. They'd have to relocate their service boxes as well. But there's also the benefit that we have, which is that we have incredible access to our town immediately following a storm. So I just want to make sure that that's well understood by anybody watching and also by everybody here, that it's kind of not like there's a better solution and it's putting the lines in the front. That's a superficial kind of analysis of the situation. The real analysis is how many lines would we prevent from going down by moving to the front, which we don't really know, and what's the cost benefit to that of not having the kind of open access with emergency vehicles that we do have now. So that's just a point worth kind of thinking about as we go forward with this. Now, as far as getting better information at some point with smart grids, however they're being done, getting more information is a great thing. I mean, ideally, right, it'd be like the cable companies, and you'd get the two-way communication, and someone's power goes out, you get this in your system, the job's already assigned. However, no matter what we do kind of on the front end of that, it doesn't sound like the back-end databases that manage these jobs are the most robust that may be possible. One of the things that Ralph committed to, President, and that Art committed to a couple months ago is to create a work group, which we haven't heard any more word about nor had a meeting or anything, which I would really love to do. And that would be specifically to discuss the technical limitations of the database that PSE&G uses currently to manage power outages. I have a background in technology and in software. I know people that make me look like a Luddite, and they are all willing to step up and be part of this process if it means helping a utility company help people have less harm from a power outage, from a prolonged power outage. So no matter what you do to the front end, no matter how much information is collected, it still is going to bottleneck in a system that doesn't seem like it's capable of, for example, allowing out-of-state employees access to it because you all use different data formats. So, I spoke on a panel just a couple days ago actually talking about this very topic and proposed creating a national interoperability data standard for utility companies. And that by a certain year, every utility company in the country should be using the same data format so that when a worker from Missouri, from Florida, from Georgia comes to New Jersey, comes to South Orange, they don't have to use pen and paper anymore, which is what they do currently. They don't have to borrow a PSE&G mobile data terminal. They can just bring their mobile data terminals with them, and it'll just tie into the system because you're collecting information in the exact same way. And so Essex County Office of Emergency Management has committed to working on this project with South Orange, with Maplewood, and we've been kind of waiting for PSE&G to help get the ball rolling. We can't do it without you guys. We can't design the system on our own because the system has to work for you. So we really need someone from PSE&G to really step up, make this work group happen. We're willing to put in the work beyond what is our statutory responsibilities as a mayor or as an OEM coordinator to help you guys design a system, understand the technical limitations and benefits to other database systems, to open source database systems, to systems that could be designed around the specific cause that would allow outages to be managed in a better way, that would allow municipal OEMs access to the county OEM database that you would have access to. The county is really on board with trying to find a way to do that. They want to improve the system too, but again, we can't do that without you guys. So, we've talked about work groups. Ralph LaRosa has talked about work groups. Arcweed has talked about work groups. I've heard nothing about them. We've had no meetings. It's been a long time since they've first been mentioned. There are people that are ready and willing to help you guys. So please call on us, in the next week or two. Let's schedule that first meeting of that work group and let's figure out how to actually move the ball forward a little bit.
Yeah, I know that there, I was privy to the conversation between yourself and Ralph on that issue of the work group, and I know he had mentioned that the Mid-Atlantic Mutual Aid region was working on a similar project, and at the time he said there were, I think, 8 utilities that were on board. Since then, the work group has been expanded significantly, and there are many more utilities, all the way from Georgia up to Connecticut now that's working on a shared platform. So I'd have to talk to Ralph and Art and see what their thoughts were, but right now I know that there, amongst the utilities themselves, there is a work group in place to come up with this common platform so that there can be this interoperability and this shared open source platform where they can share information.
Yeah, please provide me as much information as you can about that. And I got a commitment from Ralph, the president of PSE&G, from Art Guida, saying we're creating a work group, you're going to be part of it. So I don't know if there's someone higher than that I need to talk to be able to actually be involved.
Ralph is it.
So I've talked to him. As far as I know, he's made the commitment, unless I'm not recalling the conversation the right way. But I haven't heard anything at all since that. So I'd really appreciate if we can make sure that we can get together. Because again, what myself, what a few other mayors, and what some folks in the technology world are willing to do is offer help. People that do this for a living are willing to offer their help for free to help PSE&G be a leader in this. So I don't know what more of a case can be made for PSE&G taking advantage of the resources right in front of them, but it's there.
I'll speak to Art about it tomorrow morning.
That would be great. So I think, I think we've covered a lot. I think we've gotten a little bit of information tonight. I definitely appreciate you coming to speak to us. This is certainly not going to be the last time you do that. And hopefully we'll have more conversations on a more regular basis.
So you would like to kindly invite them back?
Absolutely. As often as possible and your schedules would allow, I think that would be great. So thank you guys for coming in.
No.
We typically don't do public questions at this point. It's really up to the gentleman here if they're willing to take a question from the audience. If you do so, just you know the drill.
Name and address for the record.
Alan Ash, White Oak Drive, South Orange. Like many people, I don't know if you can hear me. up
Alan,
there.
right into the mic so we
Okay.
can hear you.
Like a lot of people, I bit the bullet at the beginning of the year and decided to get.
Can you just speak up a little bit?
Decided to get a generator. Okay. I signed a contract for a 20 kilowatt standby. PSE&G had to come out and do the pressure test. After a couple months, I did get a response from PSE&G. I did not have enough pressure. I think it's measured in inches of water column. Okay. The power to run a 20 kilowatt. Okay. So my contractor thought, okay, let's go for a 10 kilowatt. And by the way, I should say that the primary reason for getting a standby rather than a portable is if you are away and not in the house. And I know this is true with a lot of people in South Orange. They have sump pumps, and if power goes out and you are not home, you're going to have a flooded basement. You can have a backup. I did swap out my battery-powered backup because a lot of people, the batteries ran out during Irene, so I swapped that out for water-pressured backups. Hopefully, do the job. And that's the main reason. I think a lot of people are in the same position, that they really are concerned that their sumps will not run, the backups will go. Even with a water-powered, Maplewood didn't have any water for Irene.
Could we just get to the...
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
So, anyhow, I was told, okay, the representative said I didn't have enough pressure, I was in a low-pressure area. To upgrade, I would have to make a deposit, give him a deposit, $9,000. And he couldn't tell me when it was going to be paid back, or what period of time. So my contractor said, let's go with a 10 kilowatt. No luck. I didn't have enough pressure. I tried to go with a portable tri-fuel to use natural gas on the outside. No luck. That even used more pressure than the standbys. I live in White Oak Drive. You're probably familiar with it. Okay. We are in a low-pressure area. The representative from PSE&G said that you are only required to deliver 4 inches of water column. Now, Trustee Davis, Ford is familiar. Spear Drive was upgraded, I have been told, several years ago. There is at least one house that I know of that has a standby. They have enough pressure to run a standby.
On the corner of Allen and
Exactly. On Glenview, a resident installed one last year after Irene. He did not have to upgrade. So the question is, and excuse me, Vice President Torpy, for being so long, are there any plans to upgrade the service on White Oak Drive, and how do you go about it? I'll sit down now. Thank you. You understand the question. I'm in a low-pressure area, and by the way, there are quite a few people in Newstead that have the same problem. So if you could speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can certainly confirm that there are many residents who have kind of asked us a similar question about the pressure.
Sure, I have no idea. I have to go back and find out. I'm an electric guy, but we can certainly find out what the plans are to upgrade the, it sounded like they upgraded one street or other.
So if we could get an idea of the area in question, or if we want to have a general discussion, which may be with Mr. Levinson and yourself, maybe a better discussion in terms of what do we have in South Orange, what kind of pressure, where is it, how is it in the same way we can give you an overview of the electric distribution system, maybe we could do the same thing for gas. What I'd say to every single resident in South Orange that is thinking of installing a backup generator is get in touch with us first. Get in touch with us, have the discussion, kind of figure out what pressure is in your area, what pressure you need to run the generator that you're installing, and take it from there. That's always the best thing to do.
Thank you. Maybe we could do that in 2 parts, just so we can get an answer for the gentleman's question, which was White Oak Drive, right? Yeah, so if we can do that, and then I would certainly love to have maybe a larger discussion about kind of a repair plan, and if the 2 can happen at the same time, that's fine. But if that's easier to get that answer, we can just go ahead and do that. And if you want to just send that to me and I can forward it on, that would be great. Thank you guys again for both coming and speaking with us and answering our questions tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you are required to stay for the rest of the meeting.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open the meeting up for public comments. Yep. Come on up.
Good night.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to ask the question. Good evening. Alan Ash, White Oak Drive, South Orange. First, I want to congratulate all the new trustees, and I'm sure you will do a wonderful job. I would also like to thank everyone who ran, all the other candidates. They spent a tremendous amount of time and effort, and they are to be commended. Okay. My comments tonight deal with the proposed budget. I've already emailed, I have five questions. I've already emailed 4 of them to you, 1 over the weekend and 3 just today. Some of my questions might be answered due to the new format being used. Previously, it was much more detailed. I have been advised that the new format is the one that is sent to the state. And I'm guessing perhaps that maybe some of the questions I have are only generated because of the new format. The first one, and some of them, not all of them, and by the way, I would hope that they are addressed tonight during the budget presentation and discussion. Perhaps some of them are. We're already going to be addressed, and certainly the questions I'm asking are readily available and shouldn't require any research. The first one deals with the FEMA reimbursement for Sandy. Mr. Lewis previously reported he attended a meeting shortly after Sandy with other Essex County municipality representatives, state representatives, and FEMA representatives. He reported back that the prior practice of FEMA had been to reimburse for 75% of the overtime spent with regard to the Sandy. Okay, and this time, Mr. Lewis advised that in addition to the 75%, FEMA was going to allow 1 week of regular time for time spent on Sandy. Okay. Now, the budget proposed shows that it's expected to get $375,000 from FEMA in 2013. It's my understanding that $75,000 was already received. That's a total of $450,000. What was the amount applied for? And does the amount applied for under the new guidelines include the 1 week of regular time under the new rules? The second question deals with the recreation budget, and I just raised a question. It's up by $95,000 over 2012. And what accounted for this increase? Number 3.
30 seconds.
Oh my goodness, okay. The SOPAC is included in the recreation budget. How much is it? Is the CCR and YouthNet funding included in the budget? There was a long discussion last year. Okay. Now, a surplus we're going from $1.4 million in 2012 to $700,000 in 2013. It's a decrease in the surplus of $710,000. On the budget, it does say that it says with prior consent. My question is, who has to give the prior consent? I assume it's the Department of Community Affairs. What caused the surplus to decrease by really like one half, $700,000. That is not insignificant.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much, and I do hope these questions will be addressed tonight. They should be readily available. And good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, when we have a second reading on this, we have a public
By the
hearing.
way, I'm lucky. I'm going to go home and watch the discussion on TV. You have to stay.
You are.
Thank you.
We have to have a public hearing at the second reading also on the budget.
Right, and just so, yeah, everybody is, well, before we do that, is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Yeah, and we do have the 4-minute.
There's a
Just so people
4-minute
see it.
monitor for
Oh,
you to pay attention
Thank you.
to.
Yeah. You can just leave it up there. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is George Matias, 219 South Orange Avenue, South Orange, New Jersey. I just wanted to thank all the Board of Trustees and everybody who invited PSE&G at the forum. I think it was very, very well done. Too bad they left. I just wanted to ask, is there a way that they can give us text alerts, since we have cell phones? Like once in a while they could give us like text alerts. Like I get text alerts like of the latest news, my eyewitness news, whatever. Just like if there's a storm or if there's a breaking news item. So this way we can have like an update on like when is power going to be restored to South Orange or whatever events are taking place. And concerning the trees being trimmed, I noticed with Hurricane Irene, Snowtober, the famous snowstorm that we had in October, which was weird, but anyway, can't fight God. And then with Hurricane Sandy, since a lot of these same areas got affected 3 times by falling trees, would they happen to have a log sheet so this way they know those are the areas to concentrate specifically to trim the trees? That's just my items for discussion. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Please.
Isn't this late for you?
He's our guest, so he doesn't get 4 minutes.
Frank Delgadio, Municipal Liaison from Essex County. Just want to bring congratulations and best of luck to the new
It's a little closer to the
Right
mic.
in the mic.
Sorry, to the new trustees from the county executive. Just one other note, I had brought the summer concert series, as the village president was talking about the village concert series. The South Orange Jazz Festival is on that concert series schedule, and it is a terrific event if anyone has been able to attend it in the South Mountain Reservation. But best of luck to the new trustees, and be at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Okay, at this time I'd like to close public comments. I think we'll be able to address most of the budget questions later on in the meeting. We also need to give Mr. Ash a chance to drive home so he can watch the answers.
Speeding.
Yeah, that's right. No speeding, please. I'm not sure off the top of my head whether PSE&G offers text alerts for customers. We'll certainly ask them. But what we are doing right now, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, is we are transitioning to a new emergency notification system that's a couple weeks away from being kind of live. And that's going to have a really great text messaging feature, which I will make sure you are signed up for, George. And so you'll at least be able to get text from the village, which we're going to be doing a little bit more of. And I'm not sure off the top of my head, but again, I'll look into whether PSE&G provides that if you enter your cell phone number, and I'm not sure. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to move on to our ordinance for first reading.
Thank you. This is ordinance number 2013-12, an ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits to establish a cap bank.
Thank you. This is not something we expect to need. In fact, I don't know, Mr. Lewis, if you know when the last time the village has even used any bank cap?
We haven't.
Not on my watch.
Right?
Well, it's new. It's in the last few years.
So yeah, I mean, and we don't foresee the need to do this. It's basically that if you're for any members of the public, if you're underneath the cap that is put on municipal appropriation increases, and we can basically save that and use it for another year when you would need it. So this is kind of housekeeping. We don't expect, all right, I'm not,
Yeah, not only do we not expect it, but under the terms of the ordinance, it's specifically, we're not appropriating it, it's just putting it in a bank.
right, it's allowing us to do it at some point in the
Yeah, and
future.
it was basically there's a spending cap, but the state, I think wisely, to kind of avoid municipalities having the incentive to go to the cap every year. They said, you know, if you are fiscally sound and responsible, you don't use it all, we'll allow you to bank it in case you need it next.
But it does expire.
Yeah, and so it's basically a revolving 2-year look-back bank. So you can bank the sums for two years and then use them, and therefore towns don't just automatically go to the full cap every year after year after year.
It's what the BOE did, right?
Okay, are there any questions or comments from any members of the board?
This is for Trustee Levison. Is this similar to what the school board did
Yes.
over the past year?
Except they used it.
They did use.
That's what I just said.
Oh, they're using bank, yeah.
Yeah.
We're not.
And Mr. Lewis, there's nothing to expect that over the next 2 years that we would need to go above the cap from your projections?
I don't anticipate, I don't foresee
No.
approaching the cap in the coming years.
Unless we don't get our money from FEMA.
Okay, that's it.
Or
Okay.
We use up all of our surplus.
Any other questions or comments?
Did we lose somebody?
He'll be back in a second.
Okay.
I move.
You got a call.
Yeah, moved by trustee Levison,
Second.
seconded by trustee Rosner. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. Trustee Clark?
Aye.
Trustee Collins?
Yes.
Trustee Davis Ford?
Yes.
Trustee Levinson?
Yes.
Trustee Rosner?
Yes.
And Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's like he was never gone.
Ordinance 2013-12 is approved on first reading.
Trustee Davis Ford?
I move that said ordinance 2012 be set down for a
Just read the number again. 2013.
2013-12 be set down for a vote on our next meeting, which is, I don't have the date here.
July.
July 8th.
July 8th.
Okay. Moved by trustee Davis Ford,
Second.
seconded by trustee Clark. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to the introduction of our 2013 municipal budget. This is going to include a couple different components. So this is the introduction of the budget. Mr. Lewis will explain a little bit more in a little bit, and also that means that the public hearing of this budget, which is also scheduled for July 8th, is that correct?
That is correct.
At that public hearing, we will also have a more formal presentation, and that will be an opportunity for any residents that are interested in commenting or learning more about the budget. That's kind of the forum to do so. Obviously, we're also open to and willing to answer any questions that anybody may have in the meantime. A couple quick logistical things. This budget, if it is introduced tonight, we'll place it on the website for anybody to see. We're also going to enter it into our budget visualization tool. So we've gone back to 2008's budget, I believe. So this will have the introduction of this year's budget. So you can basically compare 5 years, including up to this year, of what we're doing. And we're open and willing to answer any questions about that. But if people do have questions about trends or anything like that, you know, where the money's going, you'll be able to follow those trends over a couple years. So like what we usually do with our budget, instead of reading the entire budget word by word, although we do all love hearing Trustee Levison's rendition of the municipal budget, it may not win a Tony, but it's still pretty good. So what we're able to do is introduce the budget by title. So the first resolution tonight will be a resolution to allow us to then introduce the budget by title. So the first resolution
Is Resolution 2013-128. This is the resolution to read the 2013 municipal budget by title.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Moved by trustee Levison,
Second.
seconded by trustee Davis Ford. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. We'll start with Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Trustee Davis Ford?
Yes.
Trustee Levinson?
Yes.
Trustee Rosner?
Yes.
Trustee Schnall?
Yes.
And Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Thank you. So that resolution 2013-128 has passed.
Okay, and next up we have the resolution to introduce our municipal budget.
Yes, this is known as Resolution 2013-129. This is the resolution by the Board of Trustees, the Township of South Orange Village, to introduce, that is, approve the 2013 municipal budget.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions, comments?
Well, maybe Barry can...
Yes. Before we do that, please, yes, give it over.
Yeah, and as the village president mentioned, there will be a public hearing on July 8th, at which time there will be a more formal, full-blown presentation. However, just to give sort of the highlights, beginning with, and certainly those of you who've been here during my relatively short tenure, and probably the new trustees as well, you'll know that when I got here, the 2012 budget was faced with a couple of challenges. First and foremost was replacing a one-time $1.5 million revenue that was utilized in 2011 from the sale of certain properties that we didn't have those funds available. So kind of knew it was going to be a bumpy ride, but we're on target, we're on pace. It does reflect, though, and as the gentleman indicated, our surplus balance is somewhat reduced as we sort of weather this storm. In addition to that, it was sort of compounded. In 2011, we had natural disasters, both the ice storm and Irene, and then again last year we had Sandy. In both of those instances, and I'll go into a little more detail on how the whole FEMA situation works, but in a nutshell, what happens is we wind up spending a bunch of money on things that we hadn't planned to spend them on in a given year. That reduces what we have left over at the year that would otherwise go into surplus. We recoup it later years from FEMA in some instances, but the 25% we have to absorb. So those also have had the impact of somewhat reducing our surplus. And then finally, in both 11 and 12, our relationship with East Orange Water Commission, we have a separate dedicated water utility budget that is budgeted a certain amount each year. It anticipates a certain amount of revenues, which historically we've always received based on the surcharges paid by residents, as well as 2 fees for the Well 17 rental and the cashiering services provided by our collection office. In 2011 and 12, the prior management, prior management of the East Orange Water Commission did not deliver the monies that we were entitled to. And in 2011, we were shorted in excess of $200,000, and again in 2012. Well, the effect of that is we budget a certain amount, roughly $600,000 budget. When we don't get the revenues we're supposed to get, those bills that we intended to charge there have to be paid by the current fund, which again further reduces the surplus. The good news is with the change in management at East Orange Water, they are now catching up with the payments. We're now on pace that we anticipate recouping that. That'll wind up with a surplus in the water utility that we can in turn, and in this year's, you'll see we are anticipating some of it from what they paid last year, catching up from last year's bills in this year's budget, but then anticipate basically transfer that money back into the current fund. So, when you look at it, our overall surplus was down roughly 800,000, probably 200,000 each year from the East Orange Water. There's 400,000 of it, and a similar amount from the FEMA disasters. So that having been said, the budget as presented and proposed, I want to stress it maintains all the services we currently provide, doesn't cut any services, no furloughs, no reductions in services. It addresses and incorporates all of the salary and wage increases that are already built into approved bargaining agreements with the unions, as well as the recommendations for the non-union employees. Continues to fund our capital improvement fund with $150,000, which translates into $3 million in authorized capital work for bonded indebtedness. We are, in this year's budget, as we did last year, you'll recall, we're going to see some real stabilization in our debt service based upon the bond sale that we did and taking all our short-term debt and putting it into long-term notes at historically low interest rates. But equally important, last year and again this year, the proposed capital budget, when you compare it to the debt service payments, we're going to retire approximately $3.2 million in principal, but we're only authorizing $2.7 in new debt.
So again, last year was almost $500,000 in less debt authorized than paid down, and again this year, so we're chipping away at the 50 million. It's going to be, maybe if I'm here another 50 years, we'll get it knocked off. But really overall, a positive step in the right direction. But I think that with real careful planning and targeting where we're devoting our capital funds, as well as aggressively pursuing grants, we've incorporated, got another DOT grant. We got the grant for the bridge, which is $500,000. So we're going to get the work done, but with less borrowing, and continue to hopefully, on our path towards always paying off more than we're borrowing, to start chipping away of it, all of which, leads to more future stability. With respect to the specific questions, I think that the gentleman, Mr. Ash, raised, and really only because they are, I think, of general interest. I did want to respond and explain some of them because I think people need to understand. On the FEMA specifically, the process is we did have approved project worksheets, they call them approved reimbursement authorizations from FEMA from the 2011 storms, from which we've received some of the money. Then following Sandy, we went through the process, and as the gentleman indicated, historically FEMA has always reimbursed 75% of overtime, equipment costs, damages, and infrastructure repairs, and for the first time also covered, it's actually 30 days worth of straight time of debris removal only. But that was huge because it covered basically a full month of public works, because they devoted pretty much the whole 30 days of November to debris removal.
And you work for Public Works too that month.
Pardon me?
And you were a Public Works employee that month.
That's right. So we have submitted to, and the way the process works is it's pretty lengthy, and there's interviews, and I've discussed this before, and the real credit goes to Mr. Machete and Chief Shalel and Chief Markey and the engineering, Sal Renda, for tracking all this data. But meet with the FEMA representative, give them all the documentation, both for, it also covers outsources where we had to hire cranes to cut down trees and tree companies. And we submit the project worksheets, and they review them and submit them, and then they get approved. So for the Hurricane Sandy, our debris removal, which included outsourcing as well as DPW labor, equipment, the DPW straight time, the approved project worksheet in gross was $533,647. The infrastructure repair, which was largely sidewalks that were destroyed by trees, buckling trees, was $33,000. And the police and fire overtime was $83,000 for total approved project worksheets of $650,929. At 75%, our anticipated reimbursement for those is $488,197. In addition, as I noted, we had last year anticipated getting from the 2011 storms monies, of which we received some, but we were still due, as of January 1 this year, still due $162,000 from the 2011 storms. So there was, as of January 1, total receivables due of $650,000. Since January 1, we have received, the money is starting to filter in, we've received $225,000 in cash in the bank, leaving a receivable due of $425,000. In this budget, we're anticipating a gross total of $375,000, of which $225,000 we've already received in cash. So that $425,000 receivable gets knocked down by another $149,000. So that's basically where the money comes from for that revenue. Again, of the $375,000, we've already gotten $225,000 in cash, and that leaves us then still a remaining receivable of $275,000 that we're not using in the budget, that assuming that all funds come in this calendar year, that'll go straight to surplus. So that starts to restore the surplus. That's another almost $300,000. Again, as indicated with East Orange Water, we got in finally with their change in management this year. They caught up all their payments. So this year the water budget's going to be well over budget, and we're actually budgeting a smaller water budget notwithstanding that, which I can address at a later point. But so that we fully expect this year we're going to end up with a significant water surplus, which then we will anticipate and return back to the current fund surplus, which is where it really belongs, because current had to pay water's bills when they weren't getting paid by East Orange Water. So that addresses the sort of the, hopefully the FEMA question. In addition, this is another year which we won't see so much in the future. Again, last year, and this was prior to my arrival, there was a note sale and a bond sale done in January, which we discussed with last year's budget. The past practice was to go out on what's called a negotiated sale rather than go out and bid it out. And you go out with a fixed interest rate. And, theoretically you can negotiate it at more or less a market interest rate, or in the case of what was done here, was done at an above market rate, but the effective rate was bought down through what's called a premium. So we signed on a note and notes from last year at 2% when the going market rate for short-term money was maybe 0.5%. So we overpay for the interest, but the buy down is they give us a premium of $400 and something thousand. Well, that money goes straight into the capital fund. But since the higher debt service is being paid in the current fund, you bring that money out of the capital fund balance into the budget. So since that happened again last year, we're doing it this year. It's sort of a shell game, moving the money around. But this year we went out conventionally, normally full-blown bids, got really a great rate. It's going to give us long-term savings. We actually did get some premium, but that's just sort of the competition among the bidders, not a sort of an artificial premium to buy a higher interest rate. So those are the sort of two revenue items that people would look at and say, well, what's that? And what are you going to do about next year? So when you look at next year, and that's always is you don't want to become dependent on sort of one-time gimmicks, i.e. the $1.5 million. So clearly next year, barring any other disasters, hopefully we won't have any more FEMA, but we will have not have spent the money on extraordinary expenses. As far as the capital, we will have some fund balance. We did leave still $300,000 in the capital fund balance as we kind of wean our way off this. We do have this year coming online. This year in full is what was the Sterling pilot. It's now, I don't recall the name of the new owner, but we will then, I think by next year, have the Gateway pilot coming on board, and probably the year after that, the Third Valley pilot. So, looking forward, we're going to kind of weather the storm. We're going to work through this. It's about where I thought we would be. Again, I think we're in good shape. All our services are provided. The net result, we end up with as proposed, and let me address two of the other questions quickly. We did cover it in the budget workshop, but not everybody, and those aren't on TV, so not everyone has an opportunity to tune in on those. Specifically, there were three questions raised. YouthNet, which was funded last year, this year they went the route, they went to the Recreation Commission, they put together a service level agreement, outlined what they were going to provide. The Recreation Commission met, discussed it, made a recommendation, presented it to the board approved it. So it's a $12,000 service level agreement for the services they will provide under the agreement. That is included within the recreation budget. That's already been approved by an agreement, so that's in there. The Community Coalition on Race at CCR, they have put in a similar funding request to last year for $18,000. There's been some back and forth on trying to get a service level agreement and pin that down. As I discussed and mentioned earlier, it's always easy to include stuff in a budget, and then at the public hearing you can reduce things. If you want to add things, then you have to reintroduce and start the process all over again. It puts you another month down the road. So erring on the side of doing that and knowing that we would have the opportunity to discuss this here at the public hearing and make some decisions, the requested amount from CCR is in the budgets in the same place, which is that it's always been since before I got here. It's within the administration operating expense line. There's a line for the CCR. Again, those are not, and I want to emphasize, and the gentleman, Mr. Ash, spoke to this, the form that's presented now is the state form of the budget. That's the level of detail that we are legally bound by, and we cannot, short of doing transfers at the end of the year, you can't take from one of those lines to the other. However, within those lines, none of the things that we say it's for are locked in. So, for example, there's no line item guarantee to CCR or to YouthNet other than there's an agreement in place that's been approved. So the funds that are in the budget are fungible. We do our best to try and estimate where we think our expenses are going to lie invariably at the end of the year. This year you spent a little more on road salt because you had a lot of snow, but you didn't spend as much there, and it kind of mixes up, and you're allowed to spend within the bigger pot without doing transfers, without getting appropriations. So the answer is as proposed before you. That includes the CCR funding. In addition, SOPAC historically they got a larger subsidy that had been reduced. Last year's subsidy for the annual was $239,500. It was included in the recreation operating expense budget, part of the recreation cultural affairs. We were approached, and when I say we, it was myself, a couple trustees that were Trustee Levison, former Trustee Gould, who was the liaison to SOPAC, village president, have had a number of meetings with SOPAC on their plans, part of their larger plan to restructure, get on track, and head in the right direction. In connection with that, there was a request from SOPAC, accompanied by their sort of plan and vision of where they think they could go, to increase the subsidy this year by approximately, it's by $70,000, which gets them to the total of about $500,000, which was the number that had been previously the overall sort of benefit from the village. That includes their retaining the Clearview rents. So that sum, again, is also included in the budget as proposed, because again, we can take it out, you can't put it back in, we're all starting over. So now that new increased SOPAC is still within the recreation budget operating expense. So to the gentleman's specific question, why is recreation OE up 95? 70 of it's SOPAC and 12 of it's youth net, so there's 82. The rest is just day-to-day normal, I guess, increase, which is, in the scheme of things, relatively nominal. It's 23,000 on 900, so it's a couple percent. I think those were the specific questions. So just overall, I think it's a pretty responsible budget. It comes in with an overall net, I think, tax increase. The gross tax increase is about 1.7%. Just for purpose of those that hear, there's a 2% cap levy, tax levy cap, but there are certain exceptions to the tax levy cap that you are allowed to take adjustments for. Most notably is increases in the pension payments, and you will note in the budget our PFRS, Police and Fire Retirement System pension payment is up $180,000 of the $360, so fully 50% of the overall levy increase is attributable to that, which is an exception. So now the 1.7 just becomes 8.85% versus the 2% levy cap, and there's a couple other adjustments that it's going to end up being somewhere in the 0.7%, 0.7% versus the 2% tax levy cap. So we're well below the tax levy cap. We are considerably below the appropriations cap, but it is still responsible. I think we're on the path. Again, it was never going to be an easy ride, but we will get there. We have a lot of positive things where we are. Fortunately, it's a double-edged sword. We are fortunate that we have highly seasoned and very experienced people in many of our departments. The flip side is they're all at the top pay, and we are already seeing retirements. We're anticipating retirements. That's an opportunity where we start to see, savings and reductions in our salary and wage costs. So I am optimistic and confident that we will kind of weather the storm, and we're on the right path. We've stabilized our debt. We're in a position where we're now paying down more debt than we're borrowing. So overall, again, it's a very responsible budget. It includes all the funds that I just discussed, including the SOPAC, the CCR. Again, those items can be debated. Ultimately, it's your decision. You make those votes, but it's much easier to take them out to add them in. So.
Thank you for that overview. Before I open up to questions in just 1 second, I do just want to thank you, Mr. Lewis, for putting the budget together. I think that there's obviously a lot of work that folks don't always see as far as making sure, taking the requests from the department heads, the capital, the operating, all these different pieces over the course of the year to get this document to where it is. And I also just want to point out that this budget, I believe this budget is very responsible. I don't think that, I think we almost don't care what the 2% tax cap says, because we'd be introducing a budget with as low of an increase as we could, no matter what the law says. And that the 6, 7, 8% increases that used to happen are not even on the table, whether there's a 2% levy cap or not. And that this budget is also not just responsible in the short term, but it's also responsible in the long term. And there were a number of things that Mr. Lewis, you mentioned, but there were, for example, salaries in engineering that were capitalized, that were paying interest on people's salaries that are coming into the operating budget. We could not do that and keep the tax levy increase lower, but in the long run, we'd be hurting residents because people would be paying interest on capitalized salaries. So there's a lot of things that are being done that are very smart. Mr. Lewis, I think, deserves a lot of credit, as well as Trustee Levison, for really being involved in a lot of the pieces, especially some of the debt restructuring that is paving the way for us to have a much more balanced and reasonable debt repayment plan over the next couple decades. So I think that what all of us want to do, and I know from our administration what is very important, is that the budget isn't just focused on 1 year into the next, but it's focused on how do we make sure to maintain services, how do we make sure to keep the tax increase as low as possible, while we're doing a lot more long-term strategies to make sure that there are no spikes in the future, and that we're really taking care of not only the residents this year, but residents in the future as well. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions, comments from any trustees.
Barry, regarding the pilot, which you said kicks in next year for Byfish side, I forgot what he called it, Gateway Commons. That actually doesn't kick in until it's fully rented. It gets kicked in prorated, so we probably only see part of it next year.
Next year, right. We'll
And,
start
and,
phasing
and
in.
Third and Valley also only part of that in 2015.
phase,
So
correct.
just I don't want to give a false impression
Right.
of anything like that. And monies, even if we have not made a decision about excess funds that are in there, whether it be for CCR or SOPAC, if it turns out we pass on a second reading that money and we don't use it, just goes into surplus.
That's correct.
Yeah, we don't have to spend it just because we pass it.
Correct.
And can I just make a comment just on that before we get to other questions? On the note of the surplus, something that we had discussed earlier, that surplus is the word that most people use to describe the cash on hand balance, the fund balance of what we have. But there are 1,000 benefits to having a savings account, which is probably the best way to describe it. And that extra that money, that available cash on hand in the fund balance, not only prepares us, for example, for paying things like FEMA, or for paying for storm or emergency fixes or repairs before we get the reimbursement, which comes the next year, but it also allows us to be in a financial position that puts us at a better position with our bond rating. And obviously, the better of a bond rating that we have, the lower interest rates that we will face when we take out loans. So having a little bit of cash on hand, and Essex County is actually a great example of this. They've increased their bond rating over the past 10 or 15 years an incredible amount, where I believe 10, 12 years ago, maybe longer than that, maybe 15 years, they were basically junk bond ratings, and they've gotten to the point where I think they may be a AA right now, and that allows them to borrow money at a less rate, which actually saves taxpayers money at the end of the day. So it's not only your kind of rainy day savings fund, but it also allows you to be in a better, more financially stable position, that when financial firms look at how financially stable are you, they look at a whole number of factors, and one of them being how much cash do you have on hand in case you have a building collapse, in case there's a major road repair, in case you need to buy new capital equipment, new plows really quickly, anything like that, and you have the ability to do that. So I just want to make sure to just note that for any member of the public who might be interested. Open it back up to questions.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish.
The other question I had was regarding the SOPAC, the subsidy. What was the amount? Did you say it before? What was in the?
Well, historically, it was even higher, then it's been subsequently reduced. Last year's was $239,500. The request, which was conceptually to get them to the $500,000, which was, I guess, the number total, in that subsidy would be the additional, in this year's budget, takes the subsidy up to $3,095. It's an additional $70,000. And then when you add the Clearview rents that they get, that gets them to the $500,000.
And we're going to be discussing that later anyway when we do the takeover of the building.
Correct.
Discussion. Okay.
One of the other parts about the SOPAC in our discussions that we had with them, we asked them what value they put for their in-kind contribution to the village. Their original estimate was $85,000 in the value of in-kind services that they provide to the village, which is like running the summer concerts, the jazz concert, and other things that they do for us. We again asked them to make that a little better of an estimate, and they should have been back to us with what that value represents. The other point, back into the borrowing, we don't borrow, or our policy now is that we don't borrow until we need it. Previously, anytime we had a capital plan, we immediately went out and borrowed the money. We are not going to do that. We are absolutely putting in a cash flow analysis that we see from month to month what our cash positions are, and if we need to borrow, we go out to borrow it.
So basically what was happening, just for anybody that's interested, right, is that there was money being borrowed before the money was planning on being spent. So that it was accrued, we were paying interest.
Years before.
So we were paying interest on money for capital projects that were not being done at the time when the money was taken out.
Or which not even been done.
Right.
Either not being done, and clearly, technically, when you pass a bond ordinance, that is the authorization to go out and borrow. And you could just go out and have a band sale and sell notes and get the money and put it in your bank account. Well, inevitably, the rate you're going to pay is higher than you're going to get on the money sitting in your bank account, and usually quite a bit higher. And unfortunately, that was the past practice. You know, by way of example, we've had millions and millions of dollars sitting in the bank for this project, going back several years when reasonably should have understood we were not going to be spending it. You know, so generally, my recommendation, my practice, certainly Trustee Levison and I are in full concurrence on this, is, you know, plan your cash flow, see when you're going to need the money. Don't borrow it until you actually have the project, you know, right on the horizon, and you know you're going to have to start cutting checks to the contractor. So that's certainly the direction we're heading in now. That will help. That will save us, you know, the interest on, you know, millions of dollars.
And not only that, you were doing it on short-term bans, and you were chewing up the period of time that you could use for short-term.
Well, as well as the transaction costs for going out to the market for a short term.
That as well.
Which is not insignificant.
I have a couple questions. First, I'd like to thank the administrator. This is a great budget, and I would agree that if you looked at the trend over the past several years, it's definitely in a positive direction. With the two outstanding items, both the Community Coalition on Race and the SOPAC additional subsidy, I would prefer that we have some level of closure prior to the second reading, or at least a discussion regarding that. Do we have a service level agreement yet that could be shared with the new board members? I can understand moving forward. I tend to like things out until we put it in rather than in until we take it out, but I can understand why you're moving forward in this way. But we haven't been privy, at least the new board members, myself included, with the additional SOPAC subsidy for $70,000. So I need to be caught up to speed on that. I would imagine that we could ask them to present at the special meeting for the second reading of the ordinance. And then regarding the CCR, Trustee Davis Ford, were you going to meet with them?
Barry, weigh in for this, and Trustee Clark, you're relatively new, and thank you for partnering with me as a liaison. But they presented a proposal regarding our request for a service level agreement to be reviewed. With Trustee Clark being new, I have scheduled a meeting because I think that he needs to be part of a face-to-face discussion to review the document that presented it, so that if there's any questions on clarity needed, or if it's not defined scopes of work regarding the deliverable related to whatever funds that they're requesting to deliver that. This gives us an opportunity to vet it together, and then we will be able to then give that feedback to the board as a whole.
Prior to the second reading?
Prior to the second reading.
Okay.
We're scheduled to meet next Tuesday in the morning, so that would be prior to the second reading, and then this information will be disseminated to the board so people can make an informed decision when it comes up to vote.
Okay.
If I could make a request, when you do have that meeting, could you, so I would guess the way that you're thinking about doing it is maybe you get the document from them, have the meeting, discuss it, and then...
No, we're going to have the document prior.
Right.
The two of us.
Right. And then after you discuss it, then the changes that are made, then at that point you'll forward us.
Yes.
I would just ask that when you do forward that, could you also include some kind of highlights of the discussion?
Yes.
So that we could kind of see like the first draft and second draft, and because of and just whatever comments that you two may have had that got it to the second draft phase might be helpful too.
And the other thing I would request, and I was, myself and Village President Torpy were able to attend briefly. I know that they just had kind of an open forum of a new direction of some of the goals for the upcoming year and how they wanted to adjust some of the things that they were doing. It'd be great if they'd be willing to also document kind of the new things that they're interested in.
And I spoke to one of the key people regarding one program that they're looking at, and I think it might be of some value to us and it may not, and that is having a loan, they're established a loan program that they're implementing with Maplewood, where they get data about a particular area in town where housing, the exterior is not up to par, that may affect the quality of the neighborhood. And then with that information, they would approach the owners to see if they could benefit from a loan to help improve the exterior of their houses. So that's one new program that they've been implementing in Maplewood that they want to discuss also with South Orange.
And they want us to seed that loan program?
Pardon me?
They want us to seed the loan program?
Those details, I don't know. We'll know that in the meeting. This is just the overview of a new program that they're putting in place. And for me to, give you any more details,
Because they once had a program like that.
I'm not prepared to do that now. But again, we're meeting on Tuesday, and it'll be a comprehensive meeting, and we'll
When you say your meeting,
report
is
that back.
the legal committee's meeting, or just?
No.
Just
The liaisons.
The liaisons, the CCR.
And for the village president, could you see if SOPAC would be willing to go over
Absolutely.
their
Yeah,
request for a
I was going to say, I'll
increase?
follow up with that and make sure that they're prepared to sort of make the presentation they made to us. And then also, for the benefit of the new trustees, and I apologize, probably my oversight, I will get you what the original thing that we did receive from CCR, so at least you have that background, so that when you, after Trustee Clark and Davis Ford meet, you'll at least know the background. So I'll get that out to you if I can find it. I'll send it tonight, if not tomorrow morning.
But I'd like to reiterate something, that the budget is not to spend. We still have to pass and agree to a service level agreement with the CCR. This doesn't authorize the spending of the money, it just places the money to be appropriated.
And that's
I understand
true.
that, but we've been through times where things have been budgeted and people said, well, you budgeted for it, and I think it's interpreted as because it's in the budget that you're going to give it to someone. So I just want to make sure the parameters are very clear with what we're doing.
Well,
But it's a statutory thing, even though you budgeted, if you're going to offer a contract to anybody, even though it was in the budget, even when you know 99.9% of the time you're going to spend it, you still have to go through this process where it has to be...
The board has to approve.
It has to be approved. Everything that's in that budget cannot be spent without approval, but it has to be budgeted.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Just for the clarity of anybody watching, I mean, just so the process is that, right, is that this puts the money in the budget. If we were to then execute a service level agreement, we would pass a resolution which would basically authorize me to sign a service level agreement with them. So there would be another step involved in it, and understood what the point as far as people basically, and there's been a lot of confusion in the past about what we're funding and what we're not funding and what we've approved and not approved. So hopefully we're at least being clear about the steps that we're taking. But there would have to be another step.
It's actually two steps, because first you have to agree on a service level agreement. Then you have to decide what that service level agreement is worth. So if they agree on a service level agreement and they come back and they're asking for $15,000, we may say, we only think it's worth $7,500. So it's really two more steps there.
Did you pass a resolution last year authorizing a service level agreement?
We passed it, but we never came to an agreement on the service level agreement, and that's what we're trying to avoid doing this year.
What we did last year was pass a resolution and basically allow, I think it was the legal committee or the finance committee, to basically work out the service level agreement. So that got a little bit, right? Is that your?
That's
right.
That's what
We
happened.
basically delegated the decision of deciding what the SLA would be to the finance committee, and I think we want to make sure not to do it, not to do it that way.
What you're saying, whatever, but we still had to pass the resolution to distribute the money, and we're doing the exact opposite this year.
And so just to reiterate what's going to happen though, depending on what happens with those monies in the budget right now, if we don't approve the full amount for any one of the entities, the balance will go into the surplus?
Correct.
Yeah, eventually any monies, and that goes across the board with any appropriation that we have, if it's not spent or committed to something, it goes into reserve and then lapses into surplus. For anything, it's not just for any. And again, I think that underscores where, while I appreciate and to a certain extent, and obviously the Delphi budget tool that we have allows people to get that level of detailed information, but I think that's why it's important, and that's why in my making budget presentations is I avoid having this full detailed laundry list, because then it becomes a sense of entitlement. I was on the list for this much money, therefore I'm entitled to this much money, and it's no, you're not.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
My question was your concern that that was basically just sort of tipping our hand from a negotiation standpoint, then it put us at a disadvantage then because it's already out there that this is the chunk of money that we're
Not
planning on?
necessarily. I mean, with the tax rate, we're looking at all these different price points, whether it's without these two service level agreements or the increase in the SOPAC subsidy, 1.26, versus all these different options, which get us to the max of 1.7 in the series of options. And I just like whatever budget we introduce to the public and the one that we pass to be the true budget, and no, maybe money that might be in there. I'd rather be more accurate with what it is going to be.
Right. Well, I think to the point of trying to get it done without having to
Speak up.
sorry, to the point of getting it done without having to go back and start all over again. I think
Yeah.
we kind of have to do that.
Okay, well, as long as those two things are done before the second reading, I would be very appreciative.
Absolutely. Did you use the phrase "maybe money"?
Maybe money.
Okay, that's good. But I think that's a good phrase, and I think it's worth noting that each year I think.
Did you use Luddite? What did you?
Luddite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't get that. I mean, it wasn't quite as good as yours.
It's okay. There's time to learn.
Okay.
That this budget, I think what we've really, and especially Mr. Lewis has tried really hard to do, is make sure that there isn't that, and not to say that there isn't anything in here that is, kind of expected to be spent on one thing and ends up being spent on another within one account, but that compared to budgets of the past, there's much less kind of cushion or that maybe or anything like that than there has been in the past. I think, the goal is to try and reduce that. There's always going to be tiny little wiggle rooms here and there, but overall, this budget is much more precise, I think, than budgets in years past.
Absolutely.
Well, and to that point, in the compressed format that I distributed, you'll note I did put in the 2012 actuals and then the percentage, and if you go to the final page, in last year's budget of the total appropriations versus what we spent 97.3% of it. And to me, that's the indication there was not a lot of fat or fluff built in the budget. Not that we had the option anyway, but that's just not the way I budget.
It'd be interesting to see that number from years past.
Oh, I'm sure it was quite a bit
Yeah,
higher.
Quite a bit
More spread of leftover.
Yeah.
Just to be fair, in years past, when there was a chance of getting extraordinary
State
aid,
aid, yeah.
Right.
it was very important to sort of hide money in budget lines to reduce your surplus and make it look like you need the money more. And when it was a political game or not, it actually worked very well. So it's extraordinary aid's off the table today, so there's no point in playing that game anymore. So I don't want to really make it look like there was anything that was done for any other reason other than to max out on the extraordinary aid.
I remember Trustee Levison getting pretty ticked off about that as chair of the CBAC.
But one of the other things that I think we need to
You
understand.
learned better.
Right. One of the things that we need to understand is that there is a certain level of surplus that we should have and maintain.
Absolutely.
And we're probably a good 25 to 30% less than where we should be.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing that I was going to mention, this is more of a question to my colleagues on the board, when the budget got posted, and I understand this is the format that we use, when you share it with residents and ask for feedback, I don't know if the reaction you get is similar to the one that I get, but it's like, I don't get it. Like, if you look at this format, it's not very intuitive. I mean, it's S&W, salary and wages, operational expenses, but if you're actually looking for good public participation, I mean, I sent it to a couple hundred people and I got, I don't get it. That's about it. And I think that's not indicative of our residents being not engaged with how $32 million is being appropriated, but more that when you actually look at what we give them, it's not intuitive how you provide feedback. Like, what does this mean? Like, you have 100,000 here, 50,000 here. I saw it increase or decrease by 2 or 3%. Like, what type of comment should I be giving you? And I think that the tool that the village is using now is really good at the projections and seeing the visual of the graphs and everything.
His budget tool?
Yeah, absolutely. But if we can actually get to the more granular level of some of these questions that people would ask, similar to Mr. Ash, like, where's this located? Where's this located? And they could do the
Yes.
series of trade-offs. One thing I got, and I was sharing this with Mr. Lewis and Village President Torpy, I went back, I was digging. I was trying to understand budget trends over 2 decades, a lot of fun. Reading for content and then just for leisure, but I came up with the 2000 preliminary current fund budget summary, and these were documents that were given from Mr. Gross at the time to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, and the level of detail is astounding to me. It breaks down the department, and not by person, but by position, what the salary and wages were over the course of 2007, 2008, 2000, in the instance of this, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, and then it would also break down the operational expenses. like, you know, it wouldn't get to staples or anything like that, but it would say, you know, general office supplies and whatnot, this amount, you know, and then the department heads would put in special requests for things that were outside of the norm of the normal budget, things that they wanted the Board of Trustees to consider. And one of the line items, and Trustee Levison, you probably remember all of this, is that, you know, the request line item and then what the amount approved was after the village administrator at the time would make a recommendation. And I don't know if it's too aggressive. I can tell you that this format, I really like it. And I really think that the residents would enjoy seeing something similar to this. I don't know why we got away from this model. And the last thing I want to do is create additional work for our administrator's office. So I don't know what this budget tool was, but I think there's a call to action for us to do a little better job trying to engage the public in how this money.
It wasn't a tool, it was a presentation that John did on Budget 101 to the CBAC. And actually, we have a...
Not in this level of detail,
No.
Howard. This wasn't a presentation.
That budget came later, but that was what we actually did, but it also had something to do with the software we used at the time and how we did it. But it also, we used to, when we did the budget meetings, we met with each department head.
Right.
And then the department heads were coming in with requests, you know, for this year, for any of the 3 or 4 years. But some of the requests were getting kind of insane, and then we were going into probably from 2006 or 2007 on, where we decided that we had to get into cut mode, or we made sure we got into cut mode. So the requests that were coming in, we were just saying, listen, whatever you got last year, that's what you're getting this year. You make it work, or we're cutting you by 10%. And the same thing, like the thing with the supplies, office supplies that we were getting mostly from Staples through the state contract. We were saying we need to make sure that you guys coordinate so that it made more sense. You had a more general thing instead of worrying about one department having it and having more of a central in Village Hall. It would be easier probably to do it at the once you move. And also, some of the style changes took place when we switched software packages, which I forgot what year that was. Plus, we had a different village president who also had a different style in place of how things were done. And by the way, this is the village president's budget, really. We vote on that budget. He presents it to us with the village administrator, but it's his budget, so it's their style of how they do it, not the Board of Trustees.
Well, maybe something we just talk about over the next, in the upcoming calendar year, fiscal year, when we're just going through how the budget works and how to present it and whatnot. I know the village president has some other tools and stuff that he might be introducing to the board shortly. So just, I mean, think about it when you reach out to your constituents and ask them, you know, what they think about the budget. If your reaction is anything similar to my experience over the weekend, sending this out to folks, it's that this format is not very intuitive to be getting feedback from
Well, one of the other things that I've advocated over the years is that the various standing committees that represent a particular department should advocate for that department, should understand the budget for that department and advocate for that department. So there should be an understanding between all of us for the various committees that we sit on of what the needs are for that particular department.
I like that. I think that's great.
I think each year, I know since at least I've been here, you know, we've been, from the administration standpoint, we've been kind of looking at the budget and what we can do to present it to the board in a better way. I've definitely gotten those comments back. I mean, it is totally hard to understand, and I don't understand for the life of me why this is the format, you know, this long PDF with pages where there's, you know, a couple of lines on one page and then it starts. I mean, it's totally impossible to put this together. So that's, you know, where the first spreadsheet came from, was people could at least kind of play with it a little bit. And then this tool, which helps put some of the higher items, at least you can see the trends. It would be great to go, you know, 1, 2, 3 steps farther than that. Start to make this more participatory. And so you're right. I know we've talked about some of the tools that I've been looking at. What I'd love to do at some point this year, for next year, is to meet with the CVAC again, like we did with the budget tool, and start to have conversations about, well, what can we do to make this better? I think at the very least, what we can do is include, because this is the format, you know, that the DCA requires that we provide it to them in. So it's easy to give out because we have to do it this way. You know, this is a got to every year, and anything on top of that is going to be more. But at the very least, maybe what we can do is even just have a little bit of a, almost like a glossary that explains, you know, for example, what S&W is and what OE is, and what the different lines are, and maybe try and pick out some of, you know, an FAQ of some things about the budget. Okay, well, why is the engineering salaries going up every year? Well, it's actually not. It's coming from capital to here. And so there's probably a bunch of things like that that everybody asks. It would be great to do something where we can take questions from people online about the budget and aggregate all of that and figure out where people's priorities are and all that kind of stuff. So anyway,
Bring us over to CBAC. And
yeah,
and
we
something-
should have the conversation with CBAC in as much detail as possible about what we can do for next year to make this more transparent.
Well, I think we should have more participation by the public into the CBAC.
Yeah.
Like Alan was offered, why don't you join the CBAC? If you have a set of questions, they can be
He'd be
answered.
great on the CBAC.
He would be great on the CBAC. Well, that sounded unanimous from us.
Alan, if you're watching, you've been appointed.
Just fill out the form.
I just say this, the meetings were a lot shorter with Goldberg, Gould, and Bauer than they are with Holland.
Are there any other questions or comments about the budget?
I was going to ask a question, but now that Mark's made that comment,
Well,
I'm not.
it's not, the village responsible is the village president that spoke for an hour and a half with our guests.
think it was the new
It's not
trustees.
their fault. See, I'm sticking up for the newbies.
What's your question?
It's actually diving into the weeds fairly deeply. So I don't know what you've got in front of you there, Barry. But this is kind of going to Howard's point about public works. Under public works functions, the road repairs and maintenance, the salaries and wages had gone up fairly significantly from 2012 to your projected 2013. And I was wondering what were you projecting there? What was
That's largely, if you look at, it's largely a reallocation of where the individuals are charged. In total, the departmental salaries and wages are not going up. So if you'll see, the salary and wage for road repair and maintenance is up 177, but then if you flip to the next page, the other public works function salary and wage is down 180. So it's
I
more
see.
reallocating
Which
the
is about
staff,
same-
so it's really
about
the
the same number difference there.
Yeah,
okay.
and then the recycling, well, not recycling, sewer systems up slightly, public grounds. So it's more just reallocating where the individuals are and what their functions are.
Okay.
But the gross total of the department, which is really from where it says public works going all the way down to sales, health and wealth, all those
pretty
salary
much
wages,
the
the
same.
whole
Okay.
department.
Yeah, because
is
my
overall
underlying
nominal.
question was, were you shifting your idea of where monies were going to be allocated for various maintenance projects based
No,
upon
and
how you
it's, I
move
mean, in the end of the
individuals
day,
around?
they work wherever they get assigned to work, but this was just more bringing in line with the particular department that they were appointed under. I think historically there was an allocation among certain things and certain functions. We've sort of outsourced recycling, so some of that went, we do that single stream with the contract, so there's fewer guys there. So it was just more allocating them in line with the actual positions that they were appointed to and what division they were appointed in. I don't know
Okay.
when it had last been done, but when I plugged them in where they were, these were the numbers shook out. The overall total doesn't really go up, more than, I don't even think it's
2%.
2%. I think it's less than 2%. It's just the way it does jump out at you and look, why is that up 170, it's down 180? But it's just putting them in the right places, largely in accordance with the resolutions that they were appointed. When they get appointed, they're set into the street division.
Right.
And nobody ever apparently in the past went back and reallocated the payroll to match up with the divisions they were appointed in.
Okay.
So PAC debt restructuring, is there any potential negative impact to our municipal bond rating as a result of that?
No.
Okay.
I don't think, they were not sold, again, and no impact to our bond rating, no impact to our budget, no impact to our tax rate, because we have always been obligated on the actual debt, have always paid the actual debt. The debt was not underwritten based on, it wasn't revenue bonds, it wasn't based on us getting any certain amount from anybody, so it really wouldn't have any impact at all.
Okay.
And, more importantly, and I think that, and obviously it's a larger discussion for next year, I think that the restructuring and then the subsidy they're looking for, they're heading in a new direction. Ultimately, we're, if we support that and if it goes where I think we all hope it will go, then ultimately, we're positioned to start not paying any subsidy and then start collecting rents, and then we can see that's another hopeful, positive future development for us.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I move.
Okay, moved by Trustee Levison.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Schnall. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. We'll start with Trustee Davis Ford,
Yes.
Trustee Levinson.
Yes.
Trustee Rosner,
Yes.
Trustee Schnall,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
and Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Thank you. So Resolution 2013-129 has passed on its first reading. Again, the public hearing on the 2013 municipal budget will be scheduled for July 8th.
Thank you. We've got a couple items on our consent agenda this evening.
Yeah, there's 3 resolutions tonight. Resolution 2013-130 is a resolution authorizing estimated third quarter 2013 tax bills, which would be due on August 1st, 2013. We have a resolution providing for the filing of a statement of consent. This is for a TWA 1 permit application for sanitary sewer extension for the Seton Hall University Aquinas Hall expansion project. And we have a resolution approving and ratifying a memorandum of agreement with and among the PBA Local 12, PBA Local 12A, and the Township of South Orange Village.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on any items on the consent agenda? Okay, could I have a motion, please?
I move.
Moved by
Second.
Trustee Davis Ford, seconded by Trustee Collum. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. We'll start with Trustee Levinson,
Yes.
Trustee Rosner,
Yes.
Trustee Schnall,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Collins,
Yes.
and Trustee Davis Ford.
Trustee Davis Ford.
Yes.
Thank you. So the consent agenda has been approved.
Great, thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the meeting up for any other public comment. Just any members of the public who wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing as there are no members of the public who wish to speak, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Move, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adjourned. Okay, at this time, 10:57 p.m., I would like to call to order our conference agenda meeting.
Thank you. Let me just take a quick roll call.
Yep.
Trustee Clark,
Here.
Trustee Collum,
Still here.
Trustee Davis Ford,
Here.
Trustee Levinson, Trustee Rosner,
Yes.
Trustee Schnall, and President Torpy.
Here.
Thank you.
Are you expecting a long meeting, Barry?
Decided the conference agenda is less formal, so we can easy check.
Yeah, notice of this conference agenda meeting has been provided to the press in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting was posted in Village Hall on the village website and has been filed in the office of the village clerk. Official action may not be taken at this conference agenda meeting.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try and run through my report really quickly. Best of luck to myself. Okay,
Put the timer on,
Put the
please.
timer on.
it says Trustee Davis Ford. Okay, so I want to thank Ian Grodman. He organized a panel of sorts for myself, Mayor Vic DeLuca, Assemblywoman Miley Jacey, and Governor Cody at Seth Boyden to talk to 4th and 5th graders at Student Council. It was just a really great event. It was a lot of fun. They asked some really good questions. So that was, I just want to thank Ian again for doing that. It was, again, great for, I think, heard the kids really enjoyed it. And it made me feel a lot older, which is nice. Okay, so I have a couple little kind of quick reports. I like to try and do, if I go to a conference, I like to try and just give people a little brief synopsis of where I was and what happened. This past week, I was at a conference in New York City called the Personal Democracy Forum. I was speaking on a panel talking about technology and crisis response. We covered a little bit of that tonight, and also talking about the role that citizens play versus government, and how that's changing due to technology. For example, during Hurricane Sandy, we had residents who started to put together a Google map of power outages that perhaps was more accurate than the information that the utility company had. So talking about how how we can kind of empower people to do more with that and support that. There were some really incredible talks. A really great one talking about the changing nature of national sovereignties in a world that is becoming more interconnected through the internet, and the role that cities are going to play as being kind of the thought leaders and change leaders over the next couple decades, which I thought was very interesting. There was a million interesting talks. Another very interesting one was how social media is holding journalism accountable, and it was by a gentleman from Kenya who was talking about a phenomenon which I was very interested to learn about called KOT, which is Kenyans on Twitter, and it was basically Kenyans reacting to the way that CNN covered certain events in Kenya in a way that was not very accurate and perhaps a little disparaging towards their country. And they reacted. It was very interesting kind of hearing about how they actually ended up getting an apology from CNN. So that's very interesting, and just a really amazing collection of brilliant people talking about technology and government and how those kind of the intersection of the two is changing our democracy. Being at these things I think is great. It continues to forward South Orange's role as a leader, as an innovator in this circle. I've spoken at this conference 2 years in the past. It's a collection of around 1,000 people that attend, with the sponsors being, Facebook and Google and Microsoft and, the biggest players in the tech world. So it's great to kind of get our name out there, and also for me to learn about what people are doing in other cities around the country, in other countries around the world. It's really fascinating. So if you want to learn more and watch some of the talks, you can go to personaldemocracy.com and some of the really incredible stuff there. Also, a little while, we haven't had a conference agenda in a while. When I was down at the New Jersey Emergency Preparedness Association down in Atlantic City, there were some great workshops, biohazard readiness, creating traffic evacuation plans during emergencies, and a whole bunch of others. Obviously, at these conferences down in Atlantic City, all the vendors roll out all their booths, and I actually got some good information about some things that we've been looking for. So we've got some follow-up information from some vendors that we can use to go out and quote and get some information, for example, ID cards for employees, CERT information, partnering with the Red Cross in our sheltering and disaster response, and a whole bunch more. So we're going to be following up a little bit more about that. Just as far as SOPAC debt restructuring goes, I just want to remind people that on our website, we do have a really great explanation of the history, the context of all of this. But I'd really encourage people to write on the front page, the top item right now, southorange.org. I'm going to try and push that information out a little bit more. It's got some numbers in there, and also just the context and, again, details of that entire process. And if anyone is interested in learning more about it, they should go on and do that. Like I mentioned earlier, we are in the middle of switching our emergency notification system to Everbridge. That will be rolled out in the next couple weeks. We're going to be pushing a lot of information out to residents about that change. It's a really robust system, so we're going to be asking people to sign up with some more information in the system so you can get non-emergency notifications, for example, if you want to get information about wreck happenings or a whole bunch of other things. So it's going to be really great for us to be able to do that. Building One New Jersey hosted a really great event that turned out around 250 or 300 people in West Orange a couple weeks ago for a policy briefing. There were other local officials there, including many of our trustees who represented South Orange so well, us being there. New Jersey obviously is an incredibly diverse state, but it is also very segregated. And they use a lot of very interesting indicators to measure those kind of levels. And so this is a great organization, Building One New Jersey, working with Together New Jersey about trying to lobby for issues that we face, towns like South Orange, sustainable planning, transportation planning, more equitable education funding, and better urban planning policies, and there's a million more. If you want to learn a little bit more about them, you can go to njregionalequity.org. And I will say before I move on to Mr. Lewis's report, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Rother, all the trustees, something that we've discussed before, and for the new trustees we haven't had a conference agenda yet, but what would be really great to do is to get everyone before the conference agenda meeting to submit bullet points of the items that you plan to do as an update from your committee. So that doesn't mean you only have to do those items, or if you add something and you can't discuss it, that's fine. But if people can include 3 or 4 or 5 bullets, kind of the way I listed on mine, so that people that are looking at our agenda at least have an idea of an issue that might be discussed from a committee. Okay. So that's just helpful for everybody. I know it's an extra step, but it would be good information for the public. So on the next conference agenda, when you do have a committee meeting that has happened between them, just try and submit a couple items through jot form. And we'll just add that to the committee updates.
Quick question
Yep.
for that. To the committees that we're the liaisons to, like I have an update tonight for the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, but it's not a standing trustee committee, so how would I submit that when there's something there?
You could submit that, when you do that jot form, just add another thing underneath this from Senior Citizens Committee.
Okay.
And when you logistically want to do it, like for tonight, since we don't have it listed,
Yeah.
if you want to do it,
Discussion on it?
I think you can do just at the end of your other committee
Okay,
update.
no problem.
And in the future, what we'll probably do is add them to the end.
Okay.
So we'll add them to the committees. Thank you. That's a great question.
Sure.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I probably would have listed a lot more bullet points, but now that it's 11 o'clock and I'm not locked into a longer list of bullet points, I'll refrain my comments. Just a couple of brief updates in light of the hour. Third and Valley is moving along. They've actually started the process with the planning board. They were deemed complete, had their first public hearing. The planning board was gracious enough to give them a special hearing, I believe on the 18th. I think there's an expectation that it'll probably go beyond that, but that is moving along. For our meeting next on the 24th, we hope to have, there will be I think it's the final piece, an agreement relating to the construction of the rescue squad facility. That addresses more of the financial terms and those types of things, not the design of the building or candidly even the location of the building or anything like that. This is just purely the structure by which they're going to basically build it and pay for it. So that's moving along. On the Village Hall renovation, the asbestos abatement specs are being sort of finalized by the Hatchmont McDonald with some input from our architect. Those will be out to bid here shortly, may already be out to bid. So we'll be expecting, we'll be going out to bid, and then we would expect in a month or so to have bids for the asbestos abatement. As most of you are aware, that's the one sort of last missing piece that's sort of this moving target of the overall cost estimate that we don't really know until the bids come in. So we're hopeful it's going to be a favorable outcome. As mentioned earlier this evening in the executive session, we're finalizing our interim office space. We anticipate having that before you for the next meeting. I think most of the technology is starting to fall in place for both the move over to our new space as well as to facilitate the meetings in SOPAC. And those are just the update. I'll keep limited to that in light of the hour and what's left on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rother?
Yeah, just a quick report on 3 items of litigation. On the Occidental matter, that's the Passaic River litigation, we're still awaiting a fairness hearing in that matter. That's necessary because the DEP leapfrogged over the defendants and settled with the third-party defendants, and so the judge now has to determine that the settlement is in fact fair, given the fact that the defendants weren't involved. Despite the encouragement that this settlement is going to be approved, we are continuing to pursue the legislation which would moot this litigation, just in the event for some reason the settlement doesn't go through. And in fact, this morning I met with counsel and other representative for the joint meeting which processes our sewage, the EGIF, which insures us, and Senator Ruiz in connection with the Senate bill. That bill is going to be heard by the Environmental Committee Thursday at 10 o'clock. This morning we agreed that the legislation should be amended to conform with the Assembly bill, which passed the committee. Alexander Howard's going to join me down at the committee hearing to support the legislation. The Hill map, excuse me?
Can you repeat the date and time of the hearing?
This Thursday, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
In the Senate Environmental Committee. The Hill matter has now been resolved. She has vacated the premises, and we are submitting a stipulation dismissing our chancery action with prejudice. So fortunately, that's over without having to spend any more money. and time in pursuing that matter. East Orange Water Commission matter is a very important matter from any number of perspectives, and is a matter that is going to require your attention in a very serious way going forward on a number of different levels. I've sent you email update in the past, which indicated that there are a lot of moving parts right now. We're expecting the final form of an administrative consent order from DEP, which would resolve the water quality issues. And I think the citizens, the residents of South Orange can be satisfied that right now, water quality is under the microscope. Although the VOC levels are still too high, they are not in violation. And we do have a plan that's agreed to by DEP and East Orange Water Commission, which will result in infrastructure being constructed that will permanently treat all of the water coming from those wells. But that doesn't change the fact that we have 3 years remaining on this contract, and a decision is going to have to be made at least within the last year of that contract as to whether we stay with East Orange Water. And of course, a resolution of the contract claims is making that a little difficult as well. Or we go to a new source, and there are a variety of options there. And I have brought in the administrator and Howard into a discussion with other sources so that we're not stuck at the last minute. And we are planning 3 different options. While we do that, it's important that those discussions remain confidential as far as the public is concerned. At some time rather soon, we're going to have to bring you into the conversation so that you understand the ramifications of all 3 of those options. And then, of course, at the point in time where the trustees advise us which of those 3 options they would like to take, we're, of course, going to have to take the time to make a very thorough public presentation of what was decided and why, so that everyone understands the ramifications both from a rate and water quality perspective. What we're doing right now, because we believe the water quality is going to be more than acceptable based on what DEP is requiring, we're doing a 3-part comparison based on cost. What is it going to cost based on these 3 options that we have identified? And of course, those 3 options are based primarily on the fact, where can you tap into a major supply of water? We're not going to spend many millions of dollars to run mains to some other water source. We've got to accept the sources that are reasonably close. One problem that has arisen here, which may require a decision sooner rather than later. DEP has determined that East Orange Water has absolutely no water because they have no contracts with Newark, and many of the wells in the well field have been basically shut down because they're too polluted. The consequence of that is that no water letter can be given to the new development at Valley and Third. And I have been staying in touch with the developers for Valley and Third, telling them what progress we are making in trying to resolve this. There's some hope that Newark will enter into an interim agreement, and I've structured an arrangement, a 3-year arrangement to coincide with the last 3 years of the contract, so that there will be sufficient water coming from Newark so that we can issue a water letter to this new development. But if that settlement with Newark doesn't take place, we may come to you and ask for a decision on an alternate water source a lot quicker. This is something that's got to be, and I've talked with Barry about this, fit into your discussions in terms of long-range planning, because if there's any decision you're going to make that has major consequences, this is one of those decisions. And of course, as I said, the initial conversations we would have with you would have to be in executive session because of the ongoing negotiation with these other sources.
You know, one of the things that we have from that is a specific timeline of when and what things that we need to do.
Yeah.
There is a...
One of the options we have because of the legal requirements would take 3 years to actually accomplish. And so that is why we're putting a bit of a rush on this because we only have 3 years remaining on the contract.
When are you going to be ready to sit down with us?
Well, Barry and I have talked about maybe 4 weeks. We're going to have enough real detail together that we can sit you down, and we're putting that all together right now actively.
And we're going to that end, we're going to suggest, and it'll be forthcoming, we think that the scope and the magnitude and the importance of this, we're probably going to look to either have, perhaps at the end of a regular meeting, a separate dedicated executive session. This is not going to be covered in 30 minutes before a meeting, and or possibly even a special meeting solely for an executive session on this.
I'd prefer that.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Levison?
Yeah, the Finance Committee had a meeting on June 4th, and I'll hit some of the highlights. To our progress to our infrastructure, we are now operating under Gmail, and in fact, we have eliminated the Exchange server here. The servers throughout the village have been now moved to the one location that we have for our infrastructure, except for one, which is really a function of some security issues with the police. We are built out with our wireless infrastructure. We very shortly will be testing that infrastructure, and we'll have all the pieces connected together at the various buildings. Alex had mentioned before about Everbridge. That too is moving forward very quickly. And one of the other pieces that we're in discussion is our next technology that we'll be using for telephony. And we're looking at voice over IP as we move over to 76 South Orange Avenue. And lastly, we're making progress in the CAD RMS, which is the police computer-aided dispatch and records management system. We have somebody who is now evaluating 2 of the vendors that we seriously are taking a look at as being vendors that can provide a new system to us. We are in the process of creating what we call a finance folder on the website where we're putting all of the various financial documents so everybody can take a look at it. They include our annual debt statement, our financial reports, our auditor's report, as well as the budget. Will be on the website in a separate financial folder. And we're in the process of converting our cashiering system to a compatible system with our finance system, which we will eliminate a homegrown cashiering system, which has been somewhat burdensome, and as well as will help us in our migration. And quickly, we had a discussion about our vehicle inventory and how we should be using our vehicles. One of the items that we are proposing is that for our administrative office, which includes engineering, finance, tax collection, that we buy hybrid vehicles and not have hand-me-downs coming from the police department. In fact, selling off a lot of those cars which are now inventoried and taking that money and buying some alternative vehicle. And we're taking a look to see if both electric or hybrid.
You also, with the cars, because we want to go to a pool system.
Right.
Right now, we have 5 or 6 cars that are being used, and we only really feel there's a need for maybe 2 cars.
And nobody wants to drive any of those.
Right. And no one wants to drive any of those cars, so we're paying insurance on 5 cars. I think it's 5 cars.
Yeah, the 5.
We're paying.
Well, there's another one up in the.
Well, we're paying insurance on at least 5 cars. There's 5 cars sitting there, gas in it. One of them only gets 6 miles to the gallon. So the cost of what, 3 miles, whatever. The cost, it's actually it would be more cost effective to get rid of those cars and buy the 2 new cars, it will cost us less on an annual basis.
Hmm.
So it wasn't just some minor little issue.
And it's a good thing to do.
Those are the highlights.
Thank you. Trustee Davis Ford.
I will give 2 highlights. In the essence of time, we had over 11 items on our agenda, and in addition to that, we had an update.
Just the mic, just make sure you're...
We had over 11 items on our agenda, and in addition to that, we had an update from the village council, and he gave it here earlier today. It was included in that. I just want to talk about 3 things quickly. I think we finally, Mr. Lewis, have the staff assignments to the BOT standing committees and the policies for that, and that should be fully implemented soon. Okay.
It's in the budget.
Pardon me?
It's in the budget.
Okay. Oh, gosh. And the other thing that I think was really important that was regarding the purchase orders. We've been talking about this for some time, but hopefully we're to the point that we can improve the paperless process for the workflow, and also to expedite things, the electronic signatures, just to make sure that they are legal and will be recognized as, the authentic signatures. So we're moving on that. And then finally, I want to talk about something that I thought was a very good idea, especially for the new trustees, that Trustee Colum brought to the meeting, and that's having some sort of event with the staff of the Village Hall, maybe twice a year, with the legislators, so that we can build relationships that would be conducive to having a very positive and constructive working relationship between the policy-making body and the village staff that actually delivers the services to our residents. And so we are planning to have some sort of event with the village staff in July, and maybe another event at the end of the year. And this will become hopefully a standard events that we have twice a year with village staff and the legislative body.
Thank you.
I'm done. See, can you do yours like that real fast?
I will do my best to learn from your brevity. Trustee Rosner.
Planning and Zoning Committee is going to be meeting on June 19th for our first meeting with the new trustees.
Okay, so he wins the award. Trustee Column?
Can't beat that one.
Public Safety is having its first meeting, if I can find it in the agenda. June 13th. If I can comment really quickly on the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, I did receive the notice from Essex County, the Division of Senior Services, and they are having a public hearing on Wednesday, June 19th, 2013, 11:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. So right now I'm reaching out to different folks asking for feedback from the senior homes to the public, etc. So if you have any thoughts, what I'm trying to do is compile some testimony from the village on services that the county provides that they can do better, or maybe even new ideas that we can bring to South Orange. I did reach out to the county to find out exactly what they provide right now, and the response was a little, not really sure how to describe it. I asked specifically what South Orange currently gets, and the woman that I spoke to felt that because of the income level in South Orange being higher, that there might not actually be a lot of senior citizens eligible for the services that they provide. In which case, then I really want to go to this meeting and lobby for some services here, because I feel like, regardless of income,
So
we're all still taxpayers.
Aggregate community income versus the income of the actual seniors?
The income of the individual senior, and I guess that a lot of the services that they provide are income-based, and because I guess as a generalization, South Orange, a little higher income, she didn't think that there was a lot of services being provided to residents in South Orange right now.
Who did you speak to? Not the name per se, but what was that person's role? Were they a manager? Were they the director?
Yes, I called directly to the division, And so I can talk to you offline about it and whatnot. And so they gave me an additional name to reach out to find out a little bit more about South Orange specific requests that we've made to the
really be
county.
interested when
And
you
in
talk
fact, if anybody wants to go, you're welcome to come with me. I'd love to have some friends. And I'll be also reaching out to residents who
when
might
is
want
it?
to attend as well. June 19th. Did
What-
you sign up,
what-
Barry? Do
what
I
day-
hear you over there?
What day of the week is that?
It's a Wednesday.
I
And
can't-
it's at the Norman Towers.
Yeah, I know
in East
exactly
Orange.
where it is. What time is it?
It's at 11:30 until 12:30.
I'll go with you.
I'd love to go, but I can't make it that day.
Howard? That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Just shoot me
Trustee Clark?
and I'll go with you.
So, brevity. Haven't had a meeting yet for Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. We are going to do that on June 20th.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Schnall?
As well, we did not have our May meeting. We'll have our first meeting on Thursday, June 27th.
Great, thank you.
Tie, three-way tie.
All right, we can move on to a couple discussion items. Trustee Clark, code enforcement report.
Yeah, this was basically just came up from my concern when the most recent code enforcement issue popped up, and there did not seem to be a reporting process in place. I've subsequently learned that that technically falls under public safety, but either way, I just thought that we should discuss the process by which any code enforcement issues come up, they bubble up, what's the follow-through, whom do they report to on the board, because I think there should at the very least be a trustee report on that, basically to keep us on the ball as far as following through on those issues, and then that should be communicated back out to the residents via the Public Information Committee or however, so that concerned parties in whatever neighborhood, adjacent properties, etc., know that there are efforts being made on behalf of the village.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, and there's, I know one case in particular, I think that kind of brought it all to light for all of us, myself included, and I was, I think, also troubled when I looked at sort of the history of calls and emails, and nobody seemed to communicate. In the long run, bigger picture, this is certainly one of the things we're trying to address through what we're going to do is in terms of the 311 system, which will allow for tracking and automatic feedback, but unless and until that gets in place, we clearly have to do a better job. So I've spoken to the director, and then we're going to set up a meeting with our director, the whole Department of Code Enforcement, as well as with the Maplewood supervisor, to really kind of track and at least put in place for now, if we get a software solution, all the better, but a better way of communicating and tracking and getting feedback so that, and some sort of regular reporting. We did meet with them, and they have some sort of database that I'm not sure how accessible it is, but yeah, we're aware of it. I certainly share your concern when I read that history of that one particular incident and how long it seems to have been lingering, and then now it's sort of even escalated. The most recent revelation suggested that there may be
But that's not the only
occupancy or some
property.
other issue, or what's that?
That's not the only property that's
Right.
like that.
No, I think there's more, and included within this is the whole handling of the quote watch list of properties that are known to be either via foreclosure or whatever reason unoccupied, and how that's being handled. And I think that I certainly share your concern, and I will hopefully be able to report back to you our progress, the outcome of those meetings, and at least sort of the tentative plan going forward by our next meeting.
But to the point that part we're making is that right now, the code enforcement, Mr. Grenchi comes to the planning and zoning, but that's mostly about code enforcement of the business district. And that we don't really have any report going to the residential, so I think we should have Mr. Grenchi also go, even though code enforcement's through Maplewood, they still sort of report to him, have that go to Public Works, because most of those issues are Public Works issues. And yeah, I know it's another meeting for Mr. Grenchi, but life is tough sometimes.
But the meetings are during the day.
Okay, and so I would have him go there, and in this particular case, any of these houses on the watch list, which I copied everyone on the board actually on, is to make sure the police chief is aware of it and goes to every one of those houses during the night to see if people are squatting at
Police
the
chief
house.
himself?
What?
The police chief himself?
Yes, I think so.
I'll pass that along.
Why just before you can get Slurpees at 7-Eleven up to midnight and go over there to
Store pizza.
Now, and certainly, and particularly, of concern, obviously, there are sort of the run-of-the-mill, and there's one complaint comes in and gets abated within a week, then that doesn't rise to the level. But when you get to this type of chronic situation, it clearly, I think, requires a better handling, a better reporting, a better reporting back and contact with the resident, because you can just sense the frustration from these emails is nobody's telling us anything, what's going on. And, certainly if there's situations where we're pursuing banks and we've issued summonses and we're waiting, then let the residents know that. At least they know something's being done.
But we had, as part of our SLA with Maplewood, we had a very specific form that they were to fill out on a monthly basis on specific incidences that they responded to. We should take a look at the SLA, or excuse me, the contract that we have, the interlocal that we have with Maplewood and the SLA that's attached. They should be providing that. The other is from a holistic, from the holistic point of view, we have issues with the court because when the violations are processed, we need to have something happen in the court, that the violations are.
But we have a number of problems there that need
that's,
to be addressed.
That's part of, but that's a process.
But also, what part of the problem is like, first of all, the email chain that came through, the person who said they sent all the emails to every one of us, I checked with two of the former trustees and myself and Trustee Levinson. None of us had received that email, so we weren't aware of it. But some of these properties have been given violations, and we're not aware of it, and I don't expect us to be aware of every single violation, but that's part of the whole breakdown, and one of the good reasons why it would make sense to have Tony Glenn should go to the committee, but he has to have this report, whether it's the forms that we're using through the service level agreement or some other form, so we're aware of those violations and any violation that goes on that rises to this level.
Right, and I think the added importance of this whole inquiry and seeing what's in place is I believe that the current service agreement, I think it would have to be renewed at the end of this year.
In May.
Yeah, so now's the time to visit, whether, is it working, can it be improved, do we need to change tweak the agreement, but I'm pretty certain it expires at the end of this year.
Okay. Trustee Shaw?
Yes, in a somewhat similar vein around communication, not specifically as such in code enforcement, but I'd like to bring back an idea that I understand had been discussed or even been done in the past, which is meeting with neighborhood associations on a quarterly or semi-regular basis at least. And part of this is born out of the campaign process that the new trustees went through, and you guys all have been through it. It's very enlightening actually by going door to door or just by speaking to residents, hearing the various issues. And there are constraints about this type of a forum. I'm speaking about the regular bi-weekly Board of Trustees meetings. Attendance is not great, and it's limited and constrained by our agendas. So the thought would be reestablishing, if it did exist before, I'll say, begin with the frequency of quarterly meetings with neighborhood associations, leaders of the neighborhood associations. They already exist and are in place, and that way, again, it's a two-way communication where if there are issues that they want to share about their particular areas in front of not only just directly the trustees, but some of the concerns are become so specific that I think in a larger forum where all neighborhoods are present, it doesn't take on such the parochial nature that they actually have to reflect that it is part of we are a town that has trade-offs and balances between multiple neighborhoods. So the idea would be to bring back that some sort of meeting where the trustees would sit with neighborhood association leaders.
Yeah, originally we did it actually through Main Street. Main Street, they would go around to different neighborhoods and invite two trustees to come, basically trustees who were from that neighborhood or the closest ones who could make it. And then it morphed into when Trustee DeVaris joined the board. We did 4 town hall meetings a year, but we did it by inviting certain neighborhoods. I think we broke the town into I guess we broke it into 4 quadrants and invited the neighborhood associations.
With the moderator.
What?
With the moderator.
With a moderator. We actually had a moderator to keep things under control. And then it morphed into something else, and then we just stopped doing them, mostly because the attendance dropped down to the same 5 or 6 people with the same issues. Every now and then, the meetings would get very hot when there was a hot issue in town. It wasn't really neighborhood specific. So one of the town hall meetings became an issue about the tower sculpture, one became an issue about something else. I actually felt that the Main Street model worked very well. Not that we don't really have a Main Street, but the model worked very well where the neighborhood association held the meeting and 2 trustees would go to it to answer questions and concerns. And that I felt was very, very effective. I'm not sure how we could coordinate that, but that's...
I like that format also. I think that when a resident hosts it in their house and it's very informal, and I like the idea of just going with 2 trustees at each one of these because, you know, quarterly it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Alex and I did this with the post-Sandy meetings, and I mean, the feedback we got was well over 80 residents, which if we had one town hall meeting and said, residents, come talk about Sandy, we might have seen like 4 or 5 people turn out. So I think it's worth at least trying it again and seeing where it goes. So I'd absolutely support that.
So the question is, who's coordinating it? And
well, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to begin preparation.
We're well looking at them, so it doesn't, you know.
That's not a problem. But I think one of the distinctions, and maybe now's not the time to debate it, and we can talk about it offline. But one distinction would be whether we hold multiple, you said whether it's 4 or all neighborhood associations rather than going into one, because I think the danger of going into one is it becomes highly parochial, where they want one thing for that neighborhood without thinking about the trails that are necessary in the town.
I'd like Steve to opine on how many trustees or how do we publish a post?
You can do it 2 without any notice. If the clerk noticed it, you could have any number, but the host couldn't exclude anybody.
I just think it works better when you only have a couple. I think what happens when you have 6, the conversation winds up becoming more diluted.
We talk to each other instead of the residents getting to talk.
And also, just to be
We would
clear,
talk to each other.
that's 2 trustees plus myself, correct?
Trustee.
Or is that 2 elected officials in general?
It has to be an effective.
How many neighborhood
associations? You had 2 and you, two and you theoretically can adopt a resolution, so you become effective majority.
How many neighborhood associations did we identify?
We have at least 10.
I was going to say it's probably somewhere around 10.
Okay, I don't know. I think at one time we had a dozen, but say it's 10, and we do, and if we do, you know, even if we just met with each neighborhood association twice, that's 20 more meetings. I don't think more than 2 of us are going to want to go.
We might be able to collapse some of them though, invite 2 neighborhoods
Yes,
to
you're
one
right.
house.
But,
Sure.
but you know, you could notice it just in case there's an issue there that required some.
I'm not worried about how many trustees. I'm worried more about making sure the meetings work than worrying and trying to get attendance of trustees at the meetings. I just think that, you know, I think it loses its effectiveness the more trustees you're going to have. You're going to wind up having the conversation not go in the direction you really want it to.
Trustee Schnall, if you need any help with that and if you want to prepare like a little memo or something, I'd be more than happy to work with
Thank you. Yep.
And I think the clerk's office actually has a list of all the neighborhood associations that are registered with the village, so if there's some that we missed somehow.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Trustee Collin, Irvington Ave.
I'm gonna defer this to our planning meeting because it's gonna turn into a pretty big conversation, so we can pick it up.
It's on the agenda already. So
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
One announcement that I forgot, and I apologize, during my, just for anyone who's still awake out there watching this. We did award the contract for Rinda, Kingsland Court, Kingsland Terrace. We have a pre-construction meeting tomorrow, at which point then we'll have a better idea as to schedule, but depending on how quickly they move, you know, it may or may not be, you know, by our next meeting, we may be saying they'll be there tomorrow, or they may already be there that day. So just for those residents, we will be putting together and sending out a targeted mailing to everyone on all the affected streets, laying out the anticipated schedule, the impact, what it'll mean in terms of access to your property, your driveway, your roads, but just to give that heads up that it's coming and coming soon.
Okay, thank you. Unless,
Can you just do a quick thank you for Pride Fest?
Oh, yeah, I should have done that in the
This is becoming a...
announcements in the beginning, which is that I guess was North Jersey Pride. It started with Soma Pride. North Jersey Pride had a really, really phenomenal event this weekend in Memorial Park in Maplewood. Kicked it off with Mayor Cory Booker, gave a very rousing speech, and there must have been, we were there, 700-800 people at least. A lot of vendors out. I mean, it was just a really, really great event. So I definitely want to make sure to recognize and thank CJ Prince and everybody else at Soma Pride for organizing that. Yeah, it was a really great event. Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Do we have a motion?
Second. Move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.
I'm going to get those mozzarella.